Oh, hello. Sorry, I was just answering a question. Um, Someone's just messed up by doing something stupid. I don't know quite what they did. The world's full of whiny people. So, welcome to Saturday. I'm sorry I'm really late today. I was out visiting a friend and I haven't seen them in a long time, and we had much to put the world to rights over, so we did. Um, um, I know I'm talking to myself. Right, let's get down to business. I will be stopping occasionally. So, let's start here. That seems like a good spot, as there's a pin to work there. Down this way. So it is currently a Monsters and Memories stress test for 24 hours or so, I believe, for which I wish I was there. I'm sort of there. I've logged in. My character is there, but I am clearly here. know why you're so excited. I haven't given you your biscuits. There's one for you. Sit down. Hey, sit. One for you. I'm sure the world needs to hear your chomping. Find out, dog. I know. I went out today. How exciting of me. Now I have to be trampled, do I? Okay. Oh. But I have fed you and hugged you and loved you. Yes, I have. I have. Yes, I have. I did. I did. And yes, I was traitorous and spoke to other dogs. Yes, I did. I know. I'm a terrible dog parent. I spoke to other dogs. That's because 3 dogs live there. And it would be rude not to speak to them if they are present. And one of them liked me to pat her belly. Another one had a good scritching top. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. One of them reminded me of you, young lady. She was a bit of a crackhead too. But slightly less tramply. And they all weighed slightly less than your Clory selves. Yes. Mr. Paws, you outweighed them. Do you mind not moving my bobbins? Thank you. Young lady. Can we, ah! Can we not? Excuse me. The word doesn't need to hear that. Let's do a quick bit of this. trample, scratchy mole. Thank you for that. Dry heave, thank you very much. I'm sure the world appreciates that. If you're going to puke, can you not, like, aim for my lace pillow? Because, you know, I love you dearly, but I won't love your puke. I have limits. Hmm? Oh, big yawn. Dear me. Oh, the stress. And the hardship. Hmm? Stress and hardship. Yes, I know. You're silly boy. Yes, you are. Right. Let's try doing some more lace, because that's kind of why I'm here. I came home to do lacy things. I did. I did not come home to hug doggies. No, I didn't. I hate my doggies. I hate my doggies terribly. Yes, I do. Oh, I absolutely do. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Oh, you need to quit trying to dry heave. Oh man. Can I have a drink? Hello, hello. You're being annoying. You are. I know you love me dearly, Rory, but you're being annoying. Yes. Can't really reach. Come on. Yeah, you get, little man. I know. You love me, but can you off a bit? Right. Okay. How's Naughty Cal? Whatevs. Yeah, I know how that goes. Should be fairly easy to tell between you typing and it appearing on the stream as a result, because it's in the bottom right hand corner. So it should give you a fairly reasonable delay factor. Yeah, I was round a friend's house and I haven't seen her for a while, and so we had lots of talking, and my mind's kind of not really on lace this evening, to be fair, but I'm here anyway, like a good girl. So. the Monsters and Memories are doing a stress test, and I am kind of answering questions as they come. A few questions, not answering all the questions. I am not their mother, and some of these people are ungrateful and stupid and rude. But hello, welcome to the stream. I am in a mood. Please feel free to join me in my grumpiness. I'm not that bad, really. I'm just kind of slightly distracted, I think is the best phrase. But yes, how are you? Welcome. Feel free to ask questions and all that kind of shit. That line there is inch 37. So I have done 36. And if you look in the top right hand corner, there is a lovely little thing saying where I'm at and where I'm aiming for. Each strip is 39 inches long-ish. Oh, that's annoying. I must admit, I understand that problem intensely. I had some really good pain pills, but I went to use them and I discovered they'd gone out of date. So I wrote to my doctor and went, "Yo, dude, need more pain pills." And they went, "Yeah, but you can't have the ones that you got on really well with, because we don't like issuing those anymore." Why? Because they worked. Anyway, they've given me some other ones, and they're really weird. And but I have got some new ones, which is always a bonus. But they are really weird. They're allegedly the same stuff, but in a marginally different format. But for some reason, they don't half make me feel weird. And I can't say if it's good or bad weird. It's just weird, you know. They do work though, which is a good thing. Have to agree on that, but not as quickly as the other ones. Because we all know that pain pills never, are rarely that quick, but the other ones were soluble, so they kicked in a lot quicker. Yeah, you found them. Yeah, I had these soluble ones. Now, they tasted like rat piss. They really were quite vile. But I don't, because there are so many on YouTube. However, I have how to start, I have how to set my stuff up as course of my documentation of this, because I've done it all on stream. You are free to ask as many questions as you like. Now, tatting is very different to this. Normally you have hang on, one of these. And tatting I found to be inherently awkward, because I am a weird person, and when you tat, you've made your loop. The first stitch you do, you have to kind of get the string over your hand and then put the thing under and over. And initially I really struggled with that. So what I did was I found that if I put the string the other side, I could go under and over without the string complicating this hand and without it getting tangled around my finger, because it likes that. And then this one, you go over and under and give it a tweak, and you've now done a stitch, because it will slide up and down. Look, slide, 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 right? And I found that a lot easier because it meant that I could see that the string was out the way, it didn't get in my way, and it results in exactly the same thing. There's a picot, but I found this size shuttle far too difficult to work with. And then I discovered these. These are tiny, obviously, and they work in exactly the same way, but they are smaller, which allowed me to feel more confident to use a more natural under and over. The only thing I do find still is that occasionally my thread twists up and it annoys the crap out of me. But again, I do that. However, in making of this, which is a tatting side project, I use a tatting needle, which is in here, and is tiny and bendy and annoying. And with that, I'm not going to actually do it with some string, but you pick the string up with your finger and pick the front half, and then for the second half you pick it up the other way and pick the other side, so that it makes your two half of the knot. Well, it is lace creating. It makes a lace. Now, the word lace obviously just basically means thread with holes, right? So bobbin lace is different to tatting, which is this, where basically you make chains or loops and join them together. Bobbin lace, you tend to have many thousands of pins, slightly off screen. Look, watch this, lots of pins, right? I moved the pillow, it was easier. Because you can have lace knitting, lace crochet, you can even do lace weaving, although that's a bitch. And you can do needle lace, which is not the needle tatting, but needle lace, where you actually kind of do almost forms of blanket stitch, but to itself, which is just a whole new art form. That ends up looking a bit more like this, but not quite. There's kind of needle lace where you use kind of a bias tape with a bit of kind of stuff in the middle, and you sew into that at the edges. There are many forms of lace, but in terms of bobbin lace, it's a bit like human languages. We all communicate, if we're all hungry, we all might say, I need food. But how we say we need food, we do completely differently. And bobbin lace is kind of the same. Bobbin lace, everyone has a number of bobbins, and it is controlled by either left over right or right over left. That's it. You don't do anything more complicated really than that, and stabbing of pins. However, how you twist, what you twist, how many you twist, how many twists you do, whether you do them before, after, in the middle, it varies by the lace that is made. And some of them have different looks to them. So, for example, I don't have any to hand, but this is done on a square grid. Some lace is done on a 60-degree grid. And as a result, instead of a more angular squared thing, you get a more rounded, organic look to it. I do have some, but it's over there, and there's a table and dogs, and they're quiet, and my foot's gone to sleep because I'm sitting funny. And so if you'll excuse me right here, right now, I won't go and get one. But I might have. Oh, actually, I know where there's a picture. Hang on. No, not clicking that, you stupid woman. No, I have a go at myself when I'm stupid, so worry not. Of course it does. It doesn't. Oh wait. Yay! So yes, there are more form. By the way, one thing that is, it's like, you know how if you go on a journey and you're late, every traffic light is red, every person in front of you dawdles, every idiot gets in your way. Well, Twitch ads work in approximately the same way. The moment you're actually interested in the conversation, there'll be an advert break. You'll be pleased to know my advert breaks are once every hour, so you're good for an hour, right? Now, so bobbin lace, unlike tatting, which is universal, bobbin lace varies with everybody. Every country, so even regions of England, for example, there are at least 3 or 4 different lace associations with the UK. But a lot of them are incredibly similar. So, for example, here in the UK, we have one called Bucks Point, which is Buckinghamshire. It's on a 60-degree grid. It gives you lovely little flowers, and I was going to find you a photo. Hang on. That's what I was doing. I knew I was looking over here for a reason. Cloud photos. There we go. I was looking for it. I need to go back a bit. Hang on. Because my photo reel is full of shit, to be honest. Mainly pictures of lace making, actually. But I need to go back. No, much further than that. Much further than that. Much further than that. Preferably around about Christmas, actually. There's some Flanders. That was a bad idea. Where is my bookmark? There it is. Now, I know this is going to show us happy Christmas and all that kind of crap, but that is Bucks Point. So that has, to the untrained eye, a very similar look. It's not, because it's not a 90-degree grid. You can probably see that. But it means that when you make holes, the hexagons, and as a result, a hexagon kind of rounds itself off a bit. So you end up more with flowers and, you know, the holes in the middle look quite circular. when you do it on a 90-degree grid, because of the same shape, you end up more with an oval, which can be demonstrated in, she says, looking, no, not those holes. Screw it, I know where there is one. Hang on, let me go back to that one for a sec, because it'd be easier if I go like this. Actually, that's not got any in. Where's the original one? Hang on, let's go back here then. There'll be one somewhere a long way back. By the way, warning, there are strange things in my photo reel, so don't be alarmed if you see strange things in my photo reel. There you go, there's some. They look more oval, because this was the original pattern. So this is more oval, and you know, everything has its place. But the truth of lace making is everything is made of threads. Everything is kind of technically none are more complicated than any of the others. And I mean that technically, because they're all right over left or left over right. That is how you kind of weave your threads together. However, what is more complicated, so for example, like this one, every time there is a pin, except for these pins here, shut up, ignore the fact that this one is a big bunch of threads meeting together. All of these dots down here, for example, which you probably can't really see, but all of the intermeaning dots here, let me zoom in and see what you're seeing so I can prove it. Because you obviously are a bit of a view. Hang on, zoom. All these dots here, each dot is 2 pairs of bobbins coming together and doing a dance, right? In Flanders, for example, it's 8 bobbins coming together and doing a dance. Well, that just makes it overly complicated for the sheer hell of it all. And as a result, I don't get on with Flanders. Not because I can't do it, it just seems an awful lot of bobbins to do not a lot of work, right? And, you know, frankly, there are enough bobbins without doubling up for a laugh, right? Now, obviously, the lace that it makes is, this is very light and airy, and I can show you in a second, but this is light and airy, and as a result of light and airy, this is perfect for what I'm doing with it. However, if I was making this for clothing, I would consider this not delicate, because as I'll demonstrate, delicate is not really the word for it, but a tiniest bit of damage and this would be a disaster, right? So if you were making clothing, you'd argue that it's probably not the right kind of thing. And to be honest, an awful lot of laces, I would argue, fall into the same category. Except for Honiton, which is you make like a little flower. And you make an actual flower shape and it has no kind of background, or you don't make a square with a flower in it, you just make the flower, right? So it's very much for applique style work. You make a lace flower and that is it. Flanders makes this really kind of heavy duty, for want of a better word. I mean, it's still lace, but it is quite heavy duty, because instead of 2 threads of, say, this size getting together, which if I do that, you can see makes quite a thin thread, well, that it's 4, and they do a dance, and obviously that's twice as thick. And because there's 4 of them, you do a bit with these pair, and a bit with this pair, and a bit with this pair, and a bit with this pair. So it is a lot. When they get together, they don't just cross over, in effect, which is what happens almost with these. They make quite a meeting. It's quite a definitive meeting. And I do have a picture, and I went storming past it, so let me go back to my photos while you stare at my work, and I'll see, because it's pink, I'll soon find it. As an example, let me quickly show you this. This here, under this picture here, for example, this is, I know it's blurry, go with it, is a form of tape lace. This sucked. This was I followed the instructions. If I was ever to make this again, I would not follow the instructions, because this was dumb. What you might be able to see, I don't know if you can see my little green cursor, but there's a join here. There's a join here. There's a join here. Oh, it's very left-handed friendly. it is... Okay, I crochet as well. Okay. By the way, I crochet, knit, spin, weave. I kind of basically, if it's got some form of yarn in it, I'm probably all over it, right? So let me put you back on my pillow in case of strangeness, because I can't guarantee what's in some of my pictures. I mean, most of them are lace making, but there's also some like weird pictures, such as when I lost a tooth and when I had a sore eye. I was taking a picture of my eye to see how bad my eye was, because I couldn't look at the corner of my eye because it was the corner of my eye, and I can so let me find the Flanders one. Hang on. Basically, I had a really red eye, and I wanted to keep an eye on it, but I couldn't because, well, it was the corner. It was kind of the bit that's almost behind your eye as you look forward normally, and so I couldn't look at it and work on it. There's my Flanders one. So if I show you this, to give you a scale, that's about 2.5 inches square. But as you can see there, the mesh portion of it isn't very light and airy. It's kind of really quite solid looking, and you can clearly see that there are a lot of, while there are threads joined together, you can see that they're quite a solid mesh, whereas I'll show you in a sec, the mesh for this is quite light and airy. So this makes really great functional stuff. So if you were making a tablecloth or you were making it part of clothing, this is a technique called Flanders. This is the one that takes twice as many bobbins for the sheer fun of it all, which is why the mesh is so much denser, because, well, every little hole, so for example, assuming you can see my green thing, there's a little hole here. That is 8 bobbins come together, for example, from this point here. They come together, you work that point, you then work the 2 side points, and then you work the bit up and you put the pin in, and then you do the thing at the bottom to close the pin off. But you've done a lot of dancing, a lot of stitches in essence, to make one pin, right? And it takes a lot of time, but it is... Yeah. Well, it is, but if I show you... where has it gone? What have you done with it, dog? There it is. It's right, the dog came and moved everything. This is my experiment. So this strip is born from this, which was an experiment on joins, but to have joins I had to have strips. And then, well, we then decided to pick motifs, so I did some more, and this is where we got to, right? So this is the actual width of the window that I'm working to. I am making a 7th strip, so it'll be slightly wider. And obviously not as long, because they're not 97 centimetres long. But this is... But if I show you, for example, if you look close up on that, you can see that this is a lot lighter and airier than the one I've just shown you. And if I pick it up, this has... It's a bit like holding smoke. If I sneezed right now, that would disappear. Even though there's quite a bit of it, it's really light and airy. And I said that it was robust. Look. I'm not being gentle with it. It's strong stuff, right? It's, you know, you don't have to kind of sit it on a velvet cushion and look gently at it. It will take some wear and tear. But because... I mean, I did knots at the top because I was lazy, okay? It's an experiment, screw it, why not? And I did knots at the bottom because, again, it's an experiment, screw it, why not? I know, right? You should try sewing the thing together. It's literally like holding 2 bits of smoke and you're trying to join it together. But you see, that's part of the reason I do it. Because it looks so really fragile and delicate. Things that are a bit more fragile and delicate are things like this, where there are lots of looser threads. If you caught one of those, well, that then can unwind because there are no knots. And if, for example, you broke one here, you'd be able to pull it out all the way back to the top. So from that point of view, if damaged, there's not a lot you can do about it, right? But it is not fragile, except for the fact that once you damage it, it's a bit like knitting. If you drop a stitch, off it goes. With crochet, you drop it, time slowly rewinds as it gets tugged on, and then you pick it up, stick your stick in, and rework it. It's that kind of difference, is that it is not, I mean, with the right thread, it is less strong. Now, this thread in particular is not the finest of fine, mainly because life is short and I really couldn't be bothered. But I wanted a net curtain, because this is going to be a net curtain. I wanted it to be dense enough that it was netty enough, but open enough that light would come through. But also, I also want to point out, no one's going to see it. So this was as far as I could be bothered to go. I could have done fancier, I could have done thinner thread, I could have done lacier and more fragile, but I'll need to be able to wash it, so I want it to be reasonable. I have dogs now. Obviously the dogs aren't going to play with net curtains as a whole, especially the one where it is, because they can't get at it. But I don't want to put it in the washing machine, because that's where it's going. I'm bucketed from hand washing it. Actually, I might hand wash it because it will screw up quite small. But, you know, if you even so, you don't want it to be, I look at it and it falls apart. That is not an option, right? And so this stuff is quite good. It's as you've seen, I've given it some healthy tugs. It does stretch. I mean, it's got an element of stretch to it. So for example, if I do this, you can see it stretches. It stretches some ways better than others, so there you can see it stretches a lot more than if I do it sideways. I do have a delicates bags, but you know what I mean, is that given that there's basically goodwill holding it together, hand washing is probably slightly more appropriate, but even then, part of the reason so originally, as shown with the earlier square that I kind of showed, but well, not by mistake, but it didn't have what I wanted. This square was going to be one of 18 to make a net curtain window, and I was all off, and I've made 9 of them. Don't get me wrong, got half a window, but it soon became very clear to me that the join was going to be a problem in my mind. Not the join of actually doing it, that's cake, that's easy. But it was going to be quite a thick, chunky... I mean, given that this is as wide as it needs to be, I am making it one section wider, as I said, just because then I can do... And this will mean why. So if you look here, I've got a big motif, a small motif, a big motif, a small motif. In the real one, we're doing big, small, big, small, big, small. And on the next one, we'll do small, big, small, big, small, big. Then big, small, big, small. So basically, they alternate, right? So to make it kind of even, because I don't know about you, I think if it started with big one side and started with small the other, my brain would kind of stare at it funny. So I decided on 7 so that, well, that way it's symmetrical. But this is as wide as my window. This is as wide as it actually needs to be. Now, clearly it's not a window's long because it was an experiment. But it scrunches up to kind of not a lot, look. It really does. And so it's not going to be it's not like washing, I know, a knitted king-sized double-sided, as I have one, blanket made out of sports to chunkier, marginally chunkier yarn, because that don't shrink at all. That barely fits in a washing machine. This fits in the toe of a sock, right? So even if I didn't have a delicates, I could stick it in a sock, right? It really is that kind of way to go. But because nothing really holds it together, I am more reluctant to It was the join, but with the joins, now obviously here I've got a thicker join. This was an experimental join, so this was join, let me show you. This was a, hello stick, yeah, thanks for that stick. I pressed the wrong button, sorry. I managed to press the stick button. But this is a thicker join. This was my experiment in joins 1, and I'll explain why they're different. This was experiment number 2, which worked really well. I was really proud of this, but it has got this kind of line against it, and what you notice more is the fact that the holes on one side look bigger. They're actually not. What it's actually a case of is less hull was taken away. That's more accurate. Whereas these ones are all the same, because this is the one we've settled on. So the first one, on this side of my lace here, I am making loops. So I make a loop like this, and the thread goes round a pin and back again. On this side, I'm making a flat line because it's going to be the edge, right? Then all the other strips I will make loops, which is why I'm not using the pinholes on this side of my line. So they will make loops because they're all going to join until I get to the other end, where I will make another one with a flat side, right? The loops go together like this, and everyone said to me, oh, that will never work, it will look shit. And we had a long argument over it, and I tried to do it on stream, and it was frankly impossible, because if I stick my arm up, that is as far as my arm will go. I cannot reach further. That is my arm unstretched as far as it will go. So trying to sew over here is really awkward. But I tried it with big thick yarn. I've got big thick yarn from weaving. I've got some 8/4 cotton. It's really chunky stuff. And I tried to do it on a pillow, winding it like I would as if it was this. But I found it so hard because I wanted to work down here nearer where I would normally look, like when reading a book or whatever. And of course it's off camera. I could not be in a comfortable position to demonstrate it on screen, which was really frustrating. And the more I tried to explain it, the more confused everyone got. And in the end, I gave up because it was just not helpful to you or me, because, well, I wasn't explaining it well enough, apparently, although I was trying very hard. And I couldn't show you because I couldn't sew it close enough. So it just didn't work. But in essence, these, you've got pairs of these going down, and there are little holes at the edge of these because, as we've seen, you've got 2 threads that cross. They're technically squares, right? But because of, the laws of physics, because it's not held in a point, it makes it more curvy, so you end up with the bubbles. But in essence, you've got like stars. So you've got a hole here for a pin, threads coming in, hole here for a pin, threads coming in. They do their dance, or they would have done it if they were one piece, but they don't. They butt together, and then they come out, go back, and do the dance around a hole. So you come up through the hole, you wind your thread round, you go up, you come round, you go back round, and you go through that hole. So you've gone and looped through the loop. So this one, you come up through the hole, loop round, pop up through this one to join it loosely to this one, wind round, down through the hole, up, repeat, right? And then that's what I did here, but I only did it on one side. So hence, all of these loops on this side look the same side, but this last one looks bigger. It's not bigger, but I didn't take chunks out of it, so it looks bigger. And the squareness of this one is caused by the butting of a round one to half chewing on it from this, and it didn't work out. These ones are the 2 buttings, and you go up, loop through this one, come down through there, come up, loop through the next one, and then come down doing exactly the same to the side. So you go round that one, loop through that, round this one, come back, loop through, and so that's why these are thicker, and you can see that it in sometimes, but if you look at it really up close, it kind of disappears and looks even. So yes, I know there's a mistake here, by the way. That was not intentional, but bite me. So it makes it look a lot more even. So yes, you can see it, but it is because, well, it is different. Because for all of these, you've got 2 threads that come under a cross. For these ones, you've got 2 threads that come around making loops, and then a 3rd thread that comes along. So they are thicker. They are going to look different. Now, was there a way to do it so that only single threads make the loop and you sew them together? The answer to that is yes. And you use the 60-degree bookmark style of lace making, which you can still do this with. You can do that very much. On a 90-degree grid, you can do it exactly well. It will just look more like this. The problem is once you get confused and maybe make a mistake, undoing it is way more confusing than doing this. Because when you do this one, as I've said, when you come to a pin, she says, needing a pin to do it on. We've got one over here. So, right. I'm going to do this pin here, and I will close up on this pin for you. Hang on. This little pinhole here at the top of my finger. I'm going to use a pointy stick so you can be sure. This pinhole here, right? You do a cross and 2 twists, and you grab a pin and stick it in. Now, on the 60-degree one, you would kind of effectively stop there and you'd do another twist, right? Which also means that this doesn't stay against the pin. It can move because, well, nothing's holding it still. With this one, you do another cross and a twist, and now it's held by the pin. It can't move. And because it can't move, it kind of, well, when you go backwards, you just go backwards. It's a bit like crochet. You just pull the thing out and time rewinds and you start again. With knitting, if you pull the needles out and tugged on your yarn, hell breaks loose, right? And it feels a bit that way with the 60-degree bucks point, which is also known as chantilly, but they do, instead of doing cross and then twist, they do twists and then cross. But you can also do cross and then twist, they just call it a closed stitch, whatevs. And it's also called tonda. So it's the same shit, but basically, the one thing that's really apparent with lace making is that it's incredibly like, if everyone reads a book, right? So we all read a book, and you're asked to name 3 events from the book. Chances are you will not all name the same events. Or you watch a film, and some of the things stick in your head more than someone else's head. So you might remember that there was a red car. They might not remember a red car, but they saw a flowering bush. And you're like, I don't remember no flowering bushes. But someone else go, oh, there was this pig in the background. There was a pig. And everyone has kind of their own take on it, but you all saw the same thing. And lace making is very much like that. It's like they all saw someone doing it and they had a good watch, but by the time they got home, they remembered the gist of it, but not exactly how it happened. So they all went and did and came up with something that looks enough like it that they're confident that they're okay, but they all do it slightly differently, which is kind of amusing, really, because obviously I'm sure that's not what happened, but it is so like it because, you know, the same 3 places. I mean, I don't know exactly who picked. Well, Bucks obviously came up with their version. Chantilly is French, clearly. But Tonda, I can't remember where Tonda comes from. I've got a book on it somewhere. Hang on. Is that it? That might be my book on Tonda. Hang on. Oh no, that's Bedfordshire lace. That's a different book. Because they do something slightly different again. So we in the UK have our own variants, and they all look quite distinctively different, but they're all kind of the same. It's, as someone once described to me, Mexican food is all the same stuff, it's just how they wrapped it. And lace making is all made of cross and twist, it's just how they did it. So, for example, Bedfordshire lace, you make long strips by doing lots of crosses and twists. They put picots in, I hate picots. And then they make like motifs out of proper things. She says, wondering if there's any reasonable pictures I can show in the meantime. So, for example, there's another piece of Bedfordshire lace. They don't tend to have meshes as background. They have more of adjoining strings. So they kind of fill in the block with some adjoining strings, which is fine. Don't get me wrong, absolutely fine. And it is quite pretty, and I quite like it. And in some ways, it would work quite well as a net curtain because obviously it's not a lot of net and a lot of hull. So that can work really well. And again, in terms of fragility, because you plait constantly 4 bobbins together, it's quite strong. And if something got damaged, well, it wouldn't undo so much because, well, 4 things are going to kind of hold it together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it is one of those weird things, is that while I was going to be a teacher. When it was careers day, I wanted to be a teacher. So I can teach you how to make lace. But the main purpose of this stream is for you to join me on a journey of making my net curtain. And as I said, I've got half a net curtain here that was going to be a net curtain that's not going to be a net curtain anymore, in the form of squares. And so the reason it looks so dense, of course, is because there's a pile of 9 of them. So there's one of the squares, right? And they're all identical. Well, except for all the mistakes, that is. They're each uniquely screwed up. But I fell out of love with squares because the hard line joining another hard line is going to make a big hard line. And in terms of if you were making a bedspread, I mean, a bit weird to have a lace bedspread. I mean, who's got the patience for that? But in terms of, you know, if you were rich enough, you know, Elon Musk style, you probably could, you know, get the Vestal Virgins to make you a lace, you know, bedspread cover. But in more practical, I mean, crochet is far more practical, because I can knock out a king-sized blanket in about 2 weeks. So it would be far more practical because lace making is not a speed sport, nor is crochet really, but it is comparison to this. Because the estimation for my net curtain is around, well, it's going to be 7 strips of 39 inches. It's going to be the best part of a number of weeks, because it works out we do roughly an inch a day, so it's going to be approximately 273 days. And then there's the days that I don't stream, so it's going to be a while. But that was the other weird thing. This is the same number of bobbins as the squares, because when you make a square, well, you know what I mean, though, you know, because let's face it, he's got the money to kind of pay for that kind of level of service, but rather than the sweatshop china kind of deal. But it is, those squares, when you make them, you don't make a square in one piece. So you don't work the full width. You make a triangle. So you start in a top corner and you get wider and you make a that shape, right? And then when you get to that corner, you turn it, and now you're in the corner and you do it again. Now, he's a strange individual, is poor old Elon Musk. But, you know, he's kind of got the money to be able to afford it, even if it's not his bag, for someone who does, if you know what I mean. I'm sure he's got some weird things in his house that, you know, some beautiful object art that is... Why? I'm sure he's got plenty of those. And so, you know, a fully bobbin lace, you know, took 200 people a really long frigging timepiece. Yeah, I'm sure he's probably up for something like that, because, you know, it would be pretty unique after all. So with that in mind, you know, it's probably right up his alley, to be fair, because then it's got bow stability. But it is, let's face it, well, if a net curtain for a single window that is basically 18 inches by 39 inches is going to take me 273 days. Just imagine how long a king-size bedspread would take. Under the square variety, because we were averaging 1 square a month. Now, this is the thing. Those squares are the same number of bobbins. So this is basically the same width as half a square. So why is it then that I was basically a square and a half in after the same amount of time as a square? Strips, for whatever reason, take less time. Now you go, oh well, you got to turn it. Oh, that's not really hard, literally. There you go. That takes seconds, so that can't be the full explanation. But for some reason, the squares took so much longer. And so we got a bit hacked off with squares because the joins were going to look terrible. Because again, for a net curtain, you want something not necessarily uniform, but the whole kind of crochet granny square look to it would be a bit odd for a net curtain. And so I grew out of love for making squares for a net curtain. I have no problem with the squares. They're still beautiful. I love them. I like them. That's not the problem. The problem is the fact that it took a month. It was going to take 18 months to do the whole thing. And I wasn't even going to like it. So hence we abandoned at half a window. I did force myself to finish half a window. So that should my desire be, I could join them together and call them half a window. But I haven't, so I didn't. Sorry, for some reason I looked too many, but it is only 6, so that's fine. So, you know, a friend of mine at work jokingly said, well, can you do my window, and sent me a picture of his window. Excellent, good for you. Glad it found its way. My friend at work has got a bay window with 6 windows. Cool. And his, 6 windows at 18 months thing. I kind of went, well, given that it's going to take me 18 months and per window, and you've got 6 windows, so that's around 10 years. Do you fancy paying 10 years salary? And he was like, half. And I'm like, well, exactly. No one in their right mind would, even though obviously at some point, it's kind of how they must have been made. They must have been made in some manner, because net curtains clearly became a thing. No. Just no. Now, obviously, back maybe far enough, because it would have been done by a team of people, therefore not take 10 years. But it still would have taken a team of people. You still would have had to have paid enough for them to eat and have somewhere to live. So it would still have been very much a height of wealth to have a net curtain. Whereas today, you go down, you look on Amazon and you can buy, a net curtain for next to nothing. And, well, so no one would pay by, no one with any sense, arguably, should pay. I mean, to be honest, just the threads. So, where's my bag of threads gone there? So, this is the reel of cottons that I am using. This is an unopened one. This is £9. It's more expensive to buy this than it is to buy the net curtain, right? Now, obviously, I'm doing it because I want to make some lace, and I didn't know what else to do. Because I'm a tomboy. I don't need lace in my life at all. I don't have patterns on my walls. I do not need lace doilies. I certainly don't want lace on my clothes. Dear God, no. Although, saying that, as a child, I had... This is cotton. I do have some linen. Now, originally, I kind of wanted to do it in linen. Linen's a bit of a bitch because highly twisted cotton is, I won't say slippery, but if you've watched me doing some of these stitches, you'll notice I just scooch them up, right? That works really well with cotton. Works even better with silk. Holy shit, does it work well with silk. But the problem with silk is you can't really tie knots off at the end. a bit stubborn against that because the knots just go and come undone. And I am going to put knots at the end. The reason I'm going to put knots at the end is I'm going to put a bit of ribbon around it so that when I come to pin it out, I know exactly how big it's should be, because when you take it off, one thing about this over knitting and crochet and all the other things, I mean, crochet is a little less bad about this, but if I made this and then just took the pins out, it'll be the size that it is with the pins. It doesn't go yink like knitting does, or yeah, as knitting might, depending on the direction, right? It doesn't curl up, it just comes off. Hence, all the squares in the tin are as they came off my pillow. The only reason my experiment looks a bit different is I washed it. And in washing it, it does kind of screw up a bit, because, well, like everything, it screws up a bit. And I needed to block it out, and I really hadn't thought it out. When I did my experiment, I washed 4 out of the 6 strips. Now, if I'd washed all of them, that would have been fine. But I washed 4, knowing I had 2 more to add. Which now meant that each of the bibbles that is no longer held in place, that this is just loose thread minding its own business, went. So when I pinned it, I had to pin each little bubble one by one. When we finished, we are going to have straight edges on the edge, and I'm going to sew them onto a ribbon and fold the ribbon over so that they look all nice and neat, and my edges will look neat anyway, but it's going to give it a bit more strength to the edge. It's going to be a really thin bit of cotton. It's going to be one of those, like, 4mm wide, wafer thin, useless kinds. But it will be just enough to give it an edge. And so the bottom can have knots in it because it will be inside the cotton. So I don't need to spend hours fecking about with a needle and sewing it in and praying to the lace gods that it doesn't look shit. Because I'll just hide it inside a piece of ribbon. The top looks neat because you just lasso a bobbin and a pair over the top. Because what you do is you wind one, you extract off the amount you want on the other one, you wind it on there so that at the top is literally just a loop. There are no knots, no nothing, tidy as, right? So the only thing you've got to worry about really is the bottom, and adding a bit of weight to the bottom is really not a problem. Adding a bit of weight to the top is not a problem because then it gives you something stronger to attach to your curtain holding device. So yeah, and the edges will get a bit of, the edges can have a bit of yes is the short answer. Should you break one, let me grab my tatting shuttle as an example. Although it's not the same size thread, clearly it's a lot bigger. But should you break one, for example, what I tend to do is tie a knot so there's a loop around it and attach it to a pin in the corner, dangle it in and continue on as if nothing happened. Because, well, it will change over, and because while there is, it works best if you can kind of dual run them slightly for a little bit, a bit like weaving. But at the end of it, if you can't, you can't. It's the way it goes. And there's some broken threads in my squares, mainly because the dogs knocked the pillow off on the floor. The weight of the bobbins went yank and snaps her. Many swear words were had, especially in the dog direction, because all of the bobbins go mee and turn into a big knot. You can imagine how much fun that is. I mean, if you've ever de-knotted a ball of yarn, try doing it with tiny ass thread. Because at least with yarn, you can poke something through it that you can see. You can get kind of a chubby pin like this and poke it through. Can't do that with the stuff like, that's kind of as thick as human hair. So, I mean, it's not quite that thin, but comparatively, it feels like it when it knots, that's for sure. But touching wooden thing, finding desperately something that was wooden. I've not broken any on this yet, so, which is why, but if you run out or you break one, you do that. If you want to add a colour, the easiest answer is, so let's say I was going to make this motif a different colour. All of the threads would have to change, which would be a bad example. But if I was making like a solid diamond square, which I have done, I've got a tin of those. Let me get you my tin. It's not as bad as it sounds. Let me get you some tins. Hang on. Tins. Right. These contain some of my workings, right? So in here, just to prove, these are my Bucks Points ones. So here is the first Bucks Point bookmark I made. So it is tiny. I mean, it's a useless bookmark. Here is the pretty one, which I was going to give away as a Christmas present. Oh, no. The whole point of this is to put it out there. So I was going to give this away for Christmas because I am ultimately proud because I managed to make the end, which is this end, look nearly as pretty as the beginning. It is a little fragile, in that I had to do a bit of gluing, but I love this bookmark, so I decided I couldn't give it away. Here's my Flanders one in real life. So here is the thicker. I hate this. This represents hate in my life, but it lives in with the other two things as friends because, well, why not? So I really do like the Bucks Point style. I really love how pretty it is, but it is a lot more, it's not fragile, but it's a lot more, if something goes wrong, something really goes wrong, right? Now this packed pot of stuff, there are many stories amongst this packed pot of stuff. So there's the ribbon lace thing that's all screwed up now and it would need ironing. But there's the. But what you can't see so well in some of the pictures is that nearly every time it crosses over, there's a start and a stop, and well, that's not how Celtic knots work. So, here is the square that started the I could make a let curtain idea. That's the square that started it. But I didn't like the spiders because what you can't see is it looks like there's mistakes. They look just kind of denser spots. They're technically spiders. I hated that. This was an experimental strip of combinations of stitches to see how they came out, to decide which stitches I preferred and how viable it might be. So that was that. Here was the triangle of testings, which was I decided I wanted this stitch, and this stitch there. Did it look as good as I thought it did? And then I tried this bit down here, which worked quite well, and I think would look nice as a kitchen kind of net curtain, but I'm not making my kitchen a net curtain. Here was another one that was a variant on a theme. Now, you asked about colour changes. Now, these are not the most flatter things, because they've been screwed up in a tin. But I started off with, hang on, this one. So this was the bookmark. This was a plain white bookmark. I will zoom in a bit, hang on, because it will help you see. Hang on. I'm only zooming in a bit so you can see a bit better, right? Actually, you need a dark background. Where's my test piece gone? There it is. Let's use the... Hang on, let me put my thing back in it and fold it in half first. Hang on. Right, there we go. Right. So let's put these on here because it will help you see some of it. Because dark makes the white stand out. So this was the original bookmark. This is the pattern for the bookmark. And it is a plain white bookmark. And it's a bookmark. I mean, it looks a little bit overblown in the grand scheme of things because my camera likes to do that. I then set about making some other bookmarks. So I did this one, which is the same bookmark, but with green outside and green squares. Doesn't look very green on your screen. Hang on. Let me poke my camera. Hang on. Let me poke my camera thing a bit. Because it kind of needs to be like this as it is, but at the same time, it kind of needs a little bit of tweaking. that's not the way I wanted to do it. Hang on. Hang on. I need to do this. So there you go. Now you can see it's green, right? I then made 2 more because I have it's actually about that colour, right? So this one, it's not very clear on this one because it's silver and you can't really get glinting on camera. So that one's silver, but I did the same size in gold and that one shows up a lot better. Okay. So with this, what you do is you add a colour pair at the top. You do, because it's the work pair that goes side to side, and then you finish it off when you get to the bottom. So you can do that. You could make each of these different colours, and that is really easy. This square I'm about to show you, remember I said how the pink Flanders thing was represented hate in my life? This is my insanity square. Okay. This little tiny, I mean, bear in mind, this is my hand as a comparison. This is a quarter of, so this is half of the kind of half, so technically a quarter, obviously, of the diagonal of one of my squares that I was making, right? And I made a small one, so it's got this stitch, and that stitch, the 3 stitches that make the big square. Because someone said, because I'm a bit shit at joining things, right? I'm first to admit it. And this was to try another joining method. Now, I will happily vouch to you that the joining method does create a distinctly superior join. If I tell you that in about an hour I could traverse the half diagonal that you make on the square on my normal squares, and bear in mind this is half of that, so I only had to do half of it again, so I only had to work this tiny, basically 1-inch portion. Took me 4 hours. If you find the video on YouTube, you can watch me lose my sanity. I literally ended up sitting on the floor laughing hysterically. My sanity had left the building. So to do it for a bigger square? No. To do it for a proper big piece? Fuck off. If Elon Musk was paying me a few million quid, fine. I would spend hours doing a small chunk each day because, well, the money at the end would be worth it. For my own devices, for something that will go in my own house that I won't be looking at? No. Just no. Absolutely not. The sanity points lost making that square were immense. The actual lace making of the square didn't take that long at all. Sewing it up took 4 hours to do. And more to the point, when I got to here, I gave up. So 4 hours got me from there to there. That was it. Not even a whole inch. I couldn't do it. I lost my brain cells. And so this square represents the loss of sanity. So depending on what you're doing, adding colour can be easy. For example, if I wanted to colorise my net curtain, which I will return to once I put my pot back together, because that way they stay anti-dogged. And remove this and return to normal. So, and I will now put my camera back because now, of course, it's too dark. Hang on. Dunk. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Right, so if I wanted to do these snakes at the edge, actually I'll use this because it's quicker to show you on here, because that's got pins in the way and this hasn't. So these we lovingly refer to as snakes, these kind of slithering snakes down the side, because if I zoom in a bit, you'll see what I mean. as you can see, if you look like that, it does look like there's a head of a snake, and then that it kind of goes down. So these are hammer snake. And if you're old enough, you know exactly what I mean. If you don't, Google it, stick it in a search on YouTube later, and search for "I am a snake," and you'll find this right at the hammer snake. And you will really understand why I say it like that, because it's exactly what he does. But these snakes, I could make those snakes coloured, because the bobbins, when you do it, the bobbins that started, say, top left, get to the right and go back again in one of these squares. So they come in, they go out. And if you do the right one, so if I started on this side, well, it is, but if I put the colour on these 3 pairs here, they would come in, and then those 3 pairs constantly are only ever used in the snake. Now, for these ones that all go into the spiders, you can't really see the ones I was pointing to, hang on. So these ones that go into these spiders, they come out again and go into this. So if I coloured them, because starting and stopping many pairs would look quite messy. But if I coloured these, for example, they would then wander off through the span. Now that can work really well, because you can have a coloured pair that maybe go between each of your motifs and outline it. So you could have like a red bit of lace with a really good black pair, and then dance it between, and it stands out, right? It does look really good. But if I picked the outside ones of these snakes and maybe made them black, then although it would be white and black coming together for the head, the body going between each of the slithers would be black, and it would be black and white on the bit, so it would look like a black. You would still have some white in it, but it would predominantly be black. And it is kind of one of those weird things, and so I could colourize it, and I actually did think about it. I actually did think about making my snakes coloured, because, well, I could have a, let's say, non-white, I'm not necessarily talking of bright red, bright green, black, whatever, but a hint of a colour that could almost make the snakes more invisible, because obviously the right colour could be slightly more invisible. And I did think about it. I really, really honestly did, because, well, that could be a good idea. But I decided that it was, you know, well, then I needed to buy some new thread, and it's right, just working out where I'm at. And so it was just one of those things that just didn't happen. But I could have done. I also realise now that if I'd done it differently, much as in the motif you saw that there was like a body, two bodies, a body, I could have done that in effect with the snakes, in that I could have had a point at either end and made more panel lookings, which probably would have looked better, to be fair. But I've started now, so bugger it, it's too late. And I don't really want to change it for the middle ones, because, well, and I'll forget to do it again for the end, and that just seems like a bad idea. So I've chosen not to do that. Although, to be fair, even if I went screw it, I really, really want to now, I could make a new strip one. I've only kind of made one strip. I could start again, and I would only have lost a month, in a week or so. And so, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it wouldn't be the worst idea. I did give it serious thought, but I'm lazy, and I kind of want to see my net curtain. Because having done half a net curtain and given up on it, I kind of actually want to get to making my net curtain and sticking to it. Now, I don't get me wrong, this is going to be ridiculously repetitive. Because although the next strip starts small, it's still big, small, big, small, big, small. It just starts with small instead of starting with big and ending with big. It'll end with small. but anywhere in the middle it will feel the same. So it's going to be 7 strips of intense repetition. And to be fair, the squares were repetitive because they were all the same. And I did give, at one point, you know, we talked about, should I change my mind? What are my options? So, for example, up to the first 4, because they were going to be 18, so it was 3 across, 6 down. Up to the first 4, I could claim they're the middle. And then change my mind. If I did 12, then I could change my mind. No, 14. Yeah, 14. I could change my mind again and make them the outside squares and do something different in the middle. If I got bored halfway, I could alternate them and make it a checkerboard. There were options, right? There were distinctly options. And so it's not like you can't change your mind. But with this one, I am sticking with my original plan in that while I could start again and make them more panelish so that if you look here, you can see that the pattern just kind of stops. I could have moved the the spiders in, because they're called spiders, move the spiders in to join at a point. And then it would look like a bookmark shape panel in my again, and that actually would have looked quite tidy. And again, if you'd done it as coloured, you would have actually started the spiders with the colour and kept the colours going. But it is just one of those things, is that sometimes it's just more hassle than it's worth. And I know I would like it, and I really, really would, and I think it would be better than what I've planned, but is it really worth kissing what I've done and putting it in a pot and calling it, you know, a practice piece, or, you know, putting it aside for basically for me to never use it and for it to just live in a pot for the rest of its life? Probably not. You know, they're like everything in life. Some things are worth it, some things aren't. And I don't think the gain will be sufficient, because you naturally look towards the middle of a window. So the top and the bottom, not so much. They're right now. In terms of mistakes, we are generally going back and fixing them. However, we have left one, which turned out to be 2, but we have left one in this one because it would be like me noticing here when I got to here all the way back kind of 2 inches ago. And if it's on the edge and it's say 1 inch back, you don't actually have to undo that much. So we've gone back and fixed those. But this was right in the middle, so I'd have had to undo the whole frigging lot, and I really didn't fancy doing it. I mean, do I regret it leaving it? Slightly, but I also know I would have been so not upset, but so frustrated to undo that much that I almost certainly would have made a new mistake when I was trying to fix it. So from that point of view, fixing it would probably make it worse. So, because I certainly wouldn't go back a second time. Because, you know, that's definitely not a thing. Lace making, like a lot of crafts, you do it. It's not hard necessarily in practice, much like crochet, poke, wrap, pull. It's, you know, we all know that that's how that works, and, you know, it's not really that complicated. But the moment you take a photo, stick it on the internet, you spot all the mistakes. They're absolutely invisible until you go to take a photo and stick it on the internet. Or you give it to someone. One or the other. When you look at it, you will not see its flaws. You have to be presenting it to people beyond your control, and then you will see every frickin' one of them. The squares are absolutely riddled with mistakes. And I went back and fixed some, but they are riddled with mistakes. And yet, in a way, it's really hard to imagine how you messed it up, because, you know, you do a thing, you know what the thing is. It's not like, you know, it's all new, you know what the stitches are. But somehow you do half of it and like switch off and don't do the other half, or you do it wrong and it ends up, and not in a way that doesn't show. No. This thing's going to be visible from Mars, right? And it is kind of weird when that happens because, you know, one of my favourite things to do is not do the twistings coming out the spider, but it's something I do very religiously at the end of the spider. So how did I miss it? Well, I don't know, but there have been times that I have. Doing this pin, you know, I do 3 stitches, pin 3 stitches. There are times that I've apparently done this much and then just buggered off and done the next one. And you kind of like, how did I do that and not notice? How did I not notice when I came to do the next one that it looked different to all of its friends? How did I not see that? And the answer is because it wasn't there. When you go to take a photo, the internet gremlins screw up what you made and introduce mistakes. And that is really freaking annoying. And so it is rather frustrating that you put so much effort into it. You are swearing on your life. You're paying attention. You're trying to be a good person. You know, you look at what you're doing. You're paying attention. And yet somehow you still mess it all up. Oh, and I can't do that yet because I need to do the other side. Right. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's re-put you back in your stick because I need to extend the other side before I can do the motif in the middle, really. Well, that's not true. I could do the motif in the middle. I couldn't finish the motif in the middle because there's a bit missing the other side. Because to do any given pin, you must have done its friends first. So for me to do this pin here at the very, very top, I must have done... If there's a pin here, its parents are this one and this one. And without both of those, you cannot make the little pin. So you need both parents to make a pin. And so, well, that's definitely a thing. All these people killing beetles. That's right. There's a game running in my background because I'm occasionally answering questions. And I haven't been looking for a while, so they probably thought I'd gone to sleep. But, because it is 12:30 and midnight. But, I stream late on a Saturday deliberately. But yeah, it is kind of one of those weird things is that, you know, it's a hobby that seems really, really complicated until you actually try it. And as I said, it's surprising how many new and unique ways there are to screw it up, because believe me, that is definitely a thing. And you will not be able to explain to yourself why not. Quite often when you work backwards to fix the mistake, because if you do cross twist, the way back is 2 cross. So if you do cross in the middle, 2 twists on the outside, to go backwards you do 2 crosses on the outside and 1 twist in the middle, so you just reverse it. But it's amazing how that doesn't always seem to be what you did. And there is absolutely no logic that can explain some of that. It just isn't, you know? Did I not twist that enough? Twisted enough. Yes, you are. It just doesn't look twisted enough. But yes, lots of people come to my stream are not lace makers. Do not fear that you are not a lace maker. You are very welcome. Depending on who's still here. I mean, if Naughty Celt's still here, Naughty Celt doesn't make lace. Far from it. You know, I as a lace maker use the finer and finer of threads. Naughty Celt makes rope. Like rope, you know. So it is kind of, let's see, what's the other one of you? We have lots of crafty people, but many of them, in fact, the majority of them, do not make lace. They come along for the bizarre conversation and to craft along, doing their own thing while I do mine. Communal crafting. And my friend I went visiting tonight, we were talking about things like how even though you might do a skill that is nothing related to somebody else's, sometimes there are tips and techniques and things you can do from one that will make the other easier. And back in days of yore, you know, sitting around the campfire at night kind of thing, making your thing, or you know, in the evening when there was nothing, you know, you finished tolling on the fields or whatever it was that you did. Well, then was when you also shared, because you know the knitting circle would be knitting away and or crocheting or a bit of both, and the weavers would be stomping and doing their weaving, and the spinners would be spinning, and you know there is a reason it's called spinning in a yarn, and for a tale, and because they even had spinning wheels that had multiple orifices so that more than one person could use the same wheel and have a conversation while you did it. But you know, obviously you need light for this, so it is generally not a winter hobby as a whole. But it is surprising sometimes the things that from one hobby you can use in another. You might have to scale them, but you can still somehow end up almost relating to a hobby that is nothing like your own. I need more of you. And so, yeah, it is. Sometimes it's just nice to be around other crafty people. But we have knitters and cross stitchers and, as I said, very few lace makers. And that's fine. There aren't a huge number of lace makers on Twitch. There are some, but they tend to do it and other things. I have streamed a game, or two different games to be accurate. I have streamed playing a game a couple of times. But to be honest, I don't think anyone's interested in watching me play a game when there are bigger people playing the same game. So I don't bother. I mean, right now, I could be playing Monsters and Memories. By the way, really good game. Highly recommend. And I could be doing that, but I'm doing this because much as I am logged in, for it is a stress test, and I am adding my minimal opportunity to assist with the stressing, I'm not playing because I'm here. Would I like to be? Kinda, actually. Because it's only a 1 day long test, so, and then I will need some sleep after I've done this. So, to an extent, you know, yes, I would like to be playing, but I'm also happy doing this because I'm keen to see my net curtain get born into existence. I'm you know, I want to see the outcome. I'm invested in the end product, and it is going to be, you know, it is for me. It is for a window in my house. It is for a window in my house that I'm really not. I don't look at. I pass it every morning. So as I get out of bed, I come out my bedroom. The window's here, so I pass it and immediately turn right and go down the stairs. Do you think when I get up, I am awake enough to be really paying close attention to my curtain? It's also upstairs, so no one else is really going to see it because it's upstairs. And they will be seeing it, you know, they can see it from a distance, but it will just be something in the window, right? I am the only one who will likely ever see my net curtain. And I won't be awake enough when I get up to see it. And when I go to bed, I am not looking behind me. So, realistically, I could make a complete bungs of it and it wouldn't matter. Which is why, in a way, it's a perfect project, because it's got plenty of project to do. But at the same time, if I completely muller it up and hate it, I'm also kind of not looking at it. So, because I know I'm looking at the stairs and where the dogs are and making sure I don't trip over a dog and go head first down the stairs. So chances are I won't even notice that it's there most of the time. So, you know, like everything, risk and reward kind of thing. There is no point making it, I'm not going to say the best it can be, because, you know, I still want it for it to be the best that I can offer, but I'm also not going to kill myself and make myself ill or whatever in trying to make it perfect, because, well, I'm not going to look at it. No one's going to look at it. No one goes upstairs in my house because I don't have a partner, and I'm 53 and I'm not looking, and I don't go out, so I'm not likely to meet one. And so yeah, it's just kind of gonna be there. I don't need a net curtain. I really don't. I mean, if I'm really successful with it and I really love it, and I'm not going to say I hate it, but, you know, the chance of me loving it enough to want to make more needs to be on the smaller side of fully 100% down want to maybe I could. I might make some more and then I could make top curtains for here, so a bit like the 9 squares idea, but make half length ones and put it on the windows in here, but then people look through the bottom bits. That's not much help. So I could put it on a piece of string kind of thing and make them bottom half windows, but that always looks a bit weird to me. I could do it for my bedroom window. Yeah, I keep the curtains shut, so that's a complete waste of time. I could do it for the other hall window. Well, that's bigger, and I don't go down that part of the hall. I know it sounds really bad, but I've got a hallway with a bedroom off it, and I don't really go in the other bedroom, so I wouldn't even pass it. So, well, then no one's going to enjoy it because it's upstairs, so no one else will really see it, and even I won't be passing it. So on the off chance, you know, on the one day every 3 years that I do look at it, well, I won't even be doing that. So, well, that makes it a stupid idea. I could make some for my patio doors in here and make them like 6 foot long, or I could fuck off. So yeah, you kind of get my point. It's one of those, it's, you know, I couldn't think of what else I would use, and I don't really need this, but it is the nearest thing to something I would use I could make. I was watching Silver of Dragon start a tablecloth. It's going to be a huge 80 centimetre round tablecloth. And don't get me wrong, I'm really impressed by that, because the middle works up fairly quick, because, well, it's the middle. It's smaller. But the journey around the outer edge and stuff will take a small lifetime. I know this from when I made a star-shaped crochet blanket. Oh my god. The middle grew really, really quickly. The last few rows on this thing, lifetimes. You know, I probably could have learnt 3 languages in that time, and I'm dyslexic and don't know any other really than English. So, I mean, I can struggle. I can understand a bit more German than I can speak. Don't get French other than the kind of like, my name is Liz, I live in this, and I'm so many years old, left, right, and where's the toilet? So I am not a linguist. I have got more chance of learning Latin, Russian, and I don't know what else would be what could be useful over here. Bugger only knows really. You know, insert some other language. Computer languages, yeah, piece of cake. That I can pick up easy. But spoken languages, I could probably still do that before finishing a thing that big. So no, not really signing up for that. Definitely not. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, there is a pattern on Etsy I am tempted to buy, which is a Chantilly, aka Bucks Point lace kind of pattern. And it is designed to have the seamless join that we spoke about earlier, because Bucks Point, when you do the cross twisty bit, you can have just one thread on the side to do that, because instead of having two, because everywhere in this you need a pair. In Bucks Point, because you've got the twisty, you can not twisty one of them. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm glad you came. I'm completely nuts, by the way. Slightly bonkers. Harmless, but bonkers. Because I'm making a net curtain in bobbin lace, and it's going to take a long time. So the fact that I've done 36 inches, basically in 36 days, will give you an idea of how fast that's going. It's around that. I am about to do the big thing here, which will take me past the 37-inch marker. But I've got a little bit of work to do this side. I mean, I could technically do it now. I just fancy finishing this up a little bit, because I just do. So do you do any crafting? Amanda, you a crafty lady? Assuming lady is not offensive. These days I can't be so sure. So if you do crafty things, we'd love to hear about them. I do have a Discord channel you can join and share your stuff on if you would like. Yeah, you see, we were talking about tatting earlier. I can tat. I am not the world's greatest tatter, mainly because I find shuttle tatting difficult. So I have made this so far with needle tatting. And I just add to it slowly over time. I haven't 100% decided what it's going to be. But what I like about this one is, because I'm using a needle that is arguably a hair big, ignore the fact that one of the flowers has only got 5 petals then. Yeah. But I do this with a needle. And because it's with a needle, it's got quite a lot of drape to it, because technically the needle's a little bit big. And I quite like that, because I find that, because for example, this tiny little flower, this tiny little flower here was made with a shuttle. And it's a flower, it's fine. It's made with exactly the same thread as I made the other one from. But if I compare the sizes of flowers, you will see that this is considerably smaller, because of course when you're doing it with a shuttle, the thread wraps around itself. With a needle, because it wraps around the needle, the stitches have to be consistent, because they're going around a needle. Exactly. And also, one of the easiest things to fuck up badly with a shuttle is that the flip doesn't happen right, and you don't notice, and then you're continuing on a bit, you go to move it and it doesn't move now. Undoing it is really awkward with the shuttle, because, well, you kind of done your hitches, and, well, with a needle, as stupid as it sounds, it's really easy with a needle. If you, I mean, I haven't got a needle threaded. I've got a needle, I can see it from here. I waved it earlier today. But if you do it with a needle, if you realise that you've done something wrong, you've been sitting there and you go, pick your thread, pull, pick your thread, pull, pick your thread, pull. and you realise you've done too many or not enough between some picots, you just slide them off the end and redo it. If you want a chain, you just don't join it. If you want a loop, you stick it through the hole at the bottom, and now it's a loop. I love this thing. And of course you can follow anything you like. The only thing that would be difficult would be 2 colour tatting, because you can't use one and swap them quite so easily, because, well, but you can, but it's harder, I think. But I struggled very much with getting the thread over my hand and keeping the turtle, keeping the loop here, and making the shuttle go in and out, because the shuttle seemed, I've got big hands, right? I've got man hands, for Christ's sake. But I found that if I put my loop here, bear in mind I'm just hanging on to this. If I want to do this bit, this thread got on my nerves when I first tried it, and it was in the way, and I'm like, and it kind of dredged underneath, and it just got in the way. So initially, the only way I could do it was to throw it the other side, so that if I, instead of throwing it over my hand, if I throw it around that side, I can come under and over, and A, it doesn't get stuck on my finger, and B, that works. And then this way round, you can just kind of pass it through the hole, right? So I found that a lot easier. But the size of this shuttle, trying to pass it between here and here, and you know, because, well, the shuttle extends beyond my hand. So I got these. Well, exactly, but I got these, which are tiny. The only problem with this is I have there are, but I got these. Now, the only problem I have with these is they're a bit easy. It is. Etsy. They're 3D printed, right? They're you know, they're not exactly the most exciting thing. But the problem I had was they're really good at doing that. And depending on how they're feeling, when I got these, they were really, really stiff. Too stiff is the short answer. They were too stiff. So I wrote to the lady who sells them, and because of course if it's too free and easy, when you go and they run away, now it's 18 miles long and it's pissed off under your couch or wherever you're sitting on, and of course you're just full of things. Because of course the other problem I have is if you're doing this and this has now gone under the chair, you kind of want to put it down, but when you pick it up, you never seem to pick it up quite right. Again, not something you struggle with the needle, because everything's on the needle. So this hand's holding a needle. Exactly. And so I find needle tatting so much more practical. Plus, she says, looking where it is, hang on, I have more needles. Hang on, not in that one. Because I amalgamated my needles together, hang on, into one tube. Hang on, they're around here somewhere. Oh needles, wherefore art thou my needles? There they are. The one thing I do quite like, and this is going to be kind of hard to explain while I like them quite so much, because I got some spares, because I was really convinced I was going to bend the living crap out of them, because, well, that is my raison d'etre with needles. So I have some needles, right? But in here, so you do need different needles for different size threads. But, so this is my collection. So there's a slightly bigger one than the one I'm using, and a slightly thinner one than the one I'm using. This is the thinnest one is the one I should be using. But then there are these. These are designed for actual knitting yarn. Knitting yarn. Whereas, as you know, if you tried to wrap knitting yarn around a shuttle, you'd get like 2 foot and it'd be full, right? So you're not exactly going to make much with it. I mean, look at the size of these chonkers. I mean, huge. Now, arguably, and I do mean this genuinely, you do not need to use actual needles. If you think about it. The only challenge you would have if you used, say, a knitting needle would be getting the yarn up through the stitches to finalise it. Well, if it was an upside down crochet hook, well, the hook could pull the yarn through, right? So now all you need are crochet hooks. But you know, being me, bought stuff, right? But I am going to try and make basically a tatted shawl, but with sock yarn, because obviously that's a fairly high twist, less fluffy yarn. I'm going to do something, I'm sure, or a scarf or something. I'm going to try something with it because, well, why not? Well, it means that, you know, maybe, for example, not everyone's a knit and not everyone's a crochet. I mean, I'm cool with any of the above, but not everybody is. But tatting, if you try to tat with knitting yarn, the wear and tear on sliding that loop round would be too much. You would frazzle yarn. But of course you don't on a shiny needle. The only time that gets the abrasion is when you pull it through at the end. And then you start again. So it's fresh yarn, because when you do it when you do it on the needle, you've got the tail at the start, but that tail stays as a tail. It unlike tatting with shuttles where you'd have like a load on the shuttle, a load on the cone, and you kind of use a bit of both. Well, you don't. You have your tail, so your tail gets fairly long, but once you've used it, it no longer has to pass through, but it's stable in there, so it can get a bit of wear and tear as you pull it through, but it's on the inside, it doesn't matter. So I have found a new love, because I mean, my mother did some tatting when I was a kid and I didn't really follow it. It didn't really make any sense to me, and I never tried it, to be honest. So from that point of view, you know, it's not like I had previous and didn't get on with it. It was just not something that I really... She didn't do that much. My mother did a lot of crafting, but my mother was very faddy. Now, I am a bit faddy, but I go back to things. I just get on a burner like, I'm going to make a neck curtain, so I am trying to make a neck curtain. But I've also made tea towels. With weaving. So, for example, I really want to kill the dog with it. Let's pick that one then. So, I made loads of tea towels, and for example, here is one of them, right? I wove this, and I've got a really big loom next door, because you need a big loom to do this, and I've got one. And I will happily do more of that, but currently I want to make a neck curtain. And it's a bit like, if you've only got so many hours in the day, you can only do so many things. But like everything, if you've only got, you know, 3 or 4 hours in an evening after you've done some work, eaten some food, walked the dog, you know, done all of that kind of crap, well, you can only do so many things in it. You can't do all of the things. And if I did, say, 20 minutes of this a week, I would be 93 before I finished it. So I do tend to do the all in and then go off and do something else. Because, well, I do. And it is one of those aspects is that it's not because I don't want to do lace anymore. It's not because I don't want to weave anymore. It's just that currently I want to make the neck curtain more. And I'm not going to do this bit, actually. Change my mind. I'm going to undo that bit. Right, I'm going to put you all back on your sticks. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, so from that point of view, I will go and do more weaving. My loom's all set up. It's halfway through a green version of that red, the green through the red ones. I've got a number of patterns that fit on the same setup. So it's halfway through a green one. And yeah, I'll go back and do some more of those. But I got sidetracked because I fancied doing something else more. So that's what I'm doing. It's part of the reason I don't tend to sell things that I make. It's not because I don't think I could sell them, although I am not very good at marketing. I am the kind of person who, if I was standing along the Iron Man run through a desert with loads of people dying of thirst, and I had chilled bottled water in a fridge, I would be incapable of selling it. I would not be able to appeal to them well enough to sell my chilled bottled water. I'm just not that way inclined. I am not a salesperson. I never have been, never will be. And so I can't market what I do. So I don't try to. It's as simple as that. What's the point? I know I can't. I suck at it. I have very low self-worth thoughts. And so I can't really tell everyone they want my shit because, well, why would they? But also, even if it is the greatest thing in the world and the best thing since sliced bread and a whole host of things, I could not sell it to you. I mean, to give you an idea, I wrote something for work. When we paid another company to do it, formally, it took them, well, 3.5 days. Okay? 3.5 days. And they had more than one person working on it. And they had a system that allegedly did it for them, but it took 3.5 days. When we took over, back doing our own stuff, because it was cheaper, we bought a system. And much like their system, well, it was a bit shit, frankly. It kind of, to patch a server, normally, so for sake of the argument, like your Windows machine, every second Tuesday of the month, your Windows machine goes, excuse me, there's patches to install. Well, in a corporate environment, you don't generally let them just grab them. You have a central server that grabs all the patches, and then under your control, you send them out and say, now run them, and then reboot. This is true, irrelevant of operating system. This is how corporations patch their servers. Anyway, the system we had did sort of do that, except for the fact that under Unix, which is what I do for a living, although I am actually, I mean, I did do Unix before Windows. That's because it existed before Windows, more to the point, because I'm old. This system would download patches, or at least say it had downloaded the patches. And then the moment patching time came, so you'd schedule patching for, I don't know, let's say 2 o'clock, so in an hour's time. And at come 2 o'clock, it would say, waiting. On what? Waiting. So you think, oh, well, it's waiting on the client. So maybe on the server it's trying to patch. You go to the client, the server it was trying to patch, and it would go, I'm waiting. So you're both waiting for what? What are you waiting for? An act of God? I mean, what are you waiting on? And it would just sit there, waiting. And even, God forbid, it actually did do the patching. It didn't reboot it and put it into action. So, you have done that, right? Well, you didn't reboot. No, I can't do that. Why not? Oh, I just didn't do that. You're as computery geek as I am, EP. Everyone welcome to EP. EP is a computer programmer, so do not let him convince you that he does not do computers. We both hate computers in the same way we love computers, right? It's a love-hate thing. But I wrote the patching system. Do you know how long my patching takes? Bear in mind, we've got the same number. If anything, we've got more servers down than we had when we were at the remote company. That took 3 days. 4 minutes. 4 whole minutes. Says the man who plays computer games on stream. By the way, if you ever want to watch a game, a gaming streamer. EP is your man. He would love your attention. How's EP doing? See, we're appreciated by some people. My ex-husband's a computer geek too, so I you know. But I also understand that there are people who are not. Yay! I know how that can go. I need to stop going to sleep at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. I need to go to bed earlier. But I won't. Of course you can. That's what QA is for. Do not follow the rules. When it says enter a number between 1 and 10, do not do that. Otherwise, how will we know if we stopped you from doing it? You know. Yeah. But yeah, my patching system takes 4 minutes, not 3.5 days. And yeah, exactly, right? You know, Fred, that's a good number, you know. Try it all. Because sometimes, especially as a programmer, we know what's intended to go in there. We might try some, put in naught, not 1 or something. But nothing breaks a system more than people who do not know what we meant and so do what they want, and it comes out and barfs and dies, and quite often it's stuff you would never have thought of. And then we build a test case so that we never make that mistake again. In theory. In practice, like us we do. Because that takes time and effort. Sometimes we do. If we're doing it properly, we do. If we're doing it for home, no. Well, there are some great memes about how, like I said, enter a number between 1 and 10. Some user will type Fred or whatever, right? You can't, sometimes, you give them a glass of water and expect them to drink it, and they try and stand in it. Sometimes you're kind of going, I would never have thought you would try that. And we've all had some where you're sitting there going, how on earth did you find it and make it do that? I had one, I worked at a company as a programmer, and this kid came up to me. I say kid, he was like 18 or something. And he came up to me and he went, every time I go into this screen, I get a big red box saying, do you wish to cancel, yes or no? And to me, the programmer, that meant he had pressed escape. But escape is disabled as the first line of running code. What he'd managed to do is he was pressing escape so much that although it loaded the file, it hadn't actually started running it yet, so it hadn't got to line 1 that said, on escape, don't bother. And he was triggering the escape button, do not bother code. And I couldn't stop him. And it's kind of like, why are you hammering escape? Aren't I supposed to? No, you don't need to press escape at all. Oh. But I had to watch him doing it, because of course he'd say every time I go into this screen this happens, and I'd look at it and it's like line 1, ignore escape. Well, I don't, it's no, searching through code looking in case it got turned back on. Absolutely nowhere did it say turn it back on, and it's like, I don't see how you can do it. Show me. And it was only because I watched him do it that I knew that's what he was doing. And so sometimes, with all the best will in the world, you can explain what you do. They have to see it. Or they have to see it happen. To understand more of the situation. Because sometimes, I mean, EP and I both write in a product called Unity. And the number of times you send a bug to Unity and you'll say, open this project, hit run, this will happen. But that's not what they do. They don't just open your project and hit run. They do things. And then, of course, it doesn't happen. Well, no, because you had to do what we said. So you then get back, I'm sorry, we can't reproduce this. And you're like, I don't see how not. Because basically, I wrote a deliberate line that says, screw you, Unity in it or something. And they're saying, we don't see that. Well, no, because you changed the conditions of the test. It's a bit like, if the ceiling's 8 foot tall, none of us are going to bang our heads. But if I suddenly made it 4 foot, well, most of us would bang our heads, because I'm pretty sure we're all adult. And unless we are distinctly shorter than that, nearly all of you would bang your heads on a 4 foot ceiling, because you try and stand up, whack, ouch. Well, so if you change the ceiling to 8 foot because you're taller than that, well, of course you're not going to bang your head. It's not set at 4 foot anymore. And so it is one of those frustrating things, is that sometimes, QA people really hate developers because they kind of go, well, it works fine on my machine. Because of course it does. Well, the only time that I would, I like you, I don't tend to do too many test cases because, well, life is short and it's not like I'm making millions out of it, right? If I was going to be making a lot more money, I probably would do a few more test cases to try and get myself even a few more quid, because the last thing you want is everyone downloading it and for it to go. And for them all to turn around and say, I want a refund, right? So, you kind of want some quality of life in there. But certainly more edge case things that crop up. Even if it's stuff you discover. So let's say I had one earlier. I actually had one earlier. ECS now works under WebGL, by the way. Well, not under WebGL, under WebGPU, let's be more accurate. Doesn't seem to work under WebGL. Okay? And I was quite surprised, because originally at one point it worked quite great, and then suddenly it stopped, and then Unity went, no, we never supported that, even though you had Project Tiny that was entirely based on it. But, okay, I'll take your word for it. No, you never actually supported that. Fine, whatever. So, I was messing around. And I did the usual starting point, make a bunch of entities, and just have them all move, right? And under WebGL, my cylinder appeared in the middle of the screen, but it never moved. It was running the system to move, though. But it was just sitting there, not moving. I could see it. For at least for a change, it had actually drawn it. The error message says, no standard render pipeline. Well, it's on URP. What more do you want? The moment you compile it for WebGPU, it freaking works, doesn't it? And there is a bit of you kind of going, so I would want to write a test case to make sure I didn't inadvertently start trying to compile it for WebGL. I would probably write, for my game that, as you know, I've basically given up on, to be fair. But the game that I was playing with, trying to write for many years, and battling with lighting on, and basically I have said, screw you, I'm really not in the mood. I wrote a number of test cases, including making sure that movement works and moves in the direction that I expected, to make sure that, the hitbox on the key was sufficient. Yes. Well, exactly. How long will it take to write a computer program that does this? Well, writing the program to just do this, to writing code that, so for example, last few days, I've written a program that uploads the videos of this to YouTube. Because when you upload a video to YouTube, for those who've never done it, you put in a title, you put in a description, you then have to fill in a number of questions, right? And it'll be things like, is it suitable for children, or is it designed for children? Because if it's designed for children, they can't put adverts, can't put most of the adverts in. So even if you are monetized, which I'm not, they can't put a lot of adverts in it, so you have to do that. Has it got sponsored items in it? Have you got basically any AI in it? Is it a fabricated video, or is it, you know, events that actually happened? Then there's things like, do you want to do this? Do you want to add a thing? Do you want to take a thing? Do you want to do this? Do you want to make it public or private? Do you want to add a thumbnail to it? And all of these things. And of course, when I upload these videos, all of those settings are always the same, but you can't set an entire default for them. There are lots of things that you have to answer every time. So I wrote a program that allows me to upload my video by picking a title, picking a description, because obviously they are unique. I can't really predict those. I upload a thumbnail, I point it at the video I want to send. That's it. Hit go. Off it goes. It adds it to my playlist. It puts the thumbnail up. And it actually does it quicker than doing it through the website. Surprisingly enough, it actually makes quite a difference. But what I can't do, for example, is while I can post to Facebook, my phone will post to Facebook and Threads and Instagram. Facebook PC won't, and you can't automate it yourself without having lots of complicated things. And if you want to pay for a piece of software that's worked all of that out, you are talking considerable amount of money per month. So I can't do the posts to Facebook, Instagram, whatever of, hey, here's the latest thing we got up to, which I do tend to do, which is partly why I end up waiting up till 4 o'clock in the morning to type. And so it is one of those weird things, is that there are lots of things, but there are no test cases on that. There's bunches of tests and, you know, try doing this. If you fail, well, whine about it, but try the next thing if you can. And unless you didn't put the video up, in which case don't freaking bother. And, you know, because obviously there's no video to do it to, so, well, that's not going to work. So I've got lots of, you know, testing and stuff. But I'm the only one who's going to use it. So, could always do it by hand if it doesn't work one day. But I was really pleased because it does make it quite a lot easier, which is nice. But I'm not going to bother writing test cases for that. But the actual code for that didn't take me that long. I had to Google various examples of how things worked. I wrote some shit that basically didn't work a few times because, well, that's the way it goes. You read the example, you go, right, yep, so I need to point that's there, and that's there, and that's there, yeah, that'll all work. And then you forget something because you haven't done it in a while. And so, for example, under WinForms, which is the average Windows program, if you load a picture into a thumbnail using the obvious method, which is image.load from file, and then provide the file name, and it puts the image in a box, even though there is no logical reason for it, keeps the file open. So then when you try and upload the thumbnail to YouTube, it can't because the file's in use. Now, it doesn't need exclusive rights to that. Neither of them do. But somehow, both of them want to be the only ones using the file. But surely you read it into memory, stuck it in a box, and you remember what's in the box. No. That's how everyone else would do it. But no, that's not how Windows does it. So that one bit me in the arse a couple of times until I worked out why it was biting me in the arse, because I thought I'd done something stupid. No, the answer was Windows done something stupid. I could now actually put the code on my Raspberry Pi and have my Raspberry Pi do the upload because it's in .NET, it's universal. And I've got plenty of .NET code on my Raspberry Pi. It does lots of other things too. So I could add it that it's on my, you know, it's on my Raspberry Pi, and leave my Raspberry Pi to handle it all. Rather than my PC, and I can switch my PC off instead. You know, it is kind of one of those things is that we do that. But I'm not writing test cases for that. There's no frigging point. There really isn't. But like Eepy says, if you've got a client and they, you know, oh, we want this now, we need this new feature. Well, do you want me writing the feature, or do you want me writing the 58 test cases that do all the kind of fringe, weirdy combinations that we've discovered? Because, like a lot of things, let's say you've got some mathematical formula in it. If all the numbers are positive, then maybe it gives good shape. If all the numbers are negative, maybe it gives basically the same good shape. But if you've got a mixture, well, instead of, say, making a lovely U cup shape or whatever it's doing, well, maybe now it gives that kind of deformed, you know, I dropped it on the floor and a bit Picasso look to it. And suddenly, well, it's not... you've got to... You know, you've got to be... That's not a viable option, so you have to put in a test case to make sure that, you know, we're not accepting the invalid combinations. That this is... You can't request for 5 things and enter 4. Or, you know, all of these kind of things. And... or that when you provide a file, that the file is not made of rubbish. And that it covers, you know, reading it in, and what happens if there's a problem at this point, and what happens if there's a problem at that point, and what happens if this fails, and what happens if that fails, or what happens if when you're halfway through reading your thing, your internet dies. Can you resume it? Can you not? You know, does it actually resume, or does it give up? Does it die in a fit of rage? I mean, you know, you have to kind of, you can write a lot of test cases, but writing of test cases involves writing a lot of code, often writing a lot of setup code. So, for example, in gameplay, if you want to be able to, because there is no person pushing buttons, you've got to write something that simulates pressing of the buttons. Well, now you've written a whole pile of shit just so you can test it. Well, what's if there's something wrong with your testing code? Do you write tests for your tests? There is always kind of a final, I've got to stop somewhere, right? You've got to have the, there's got to be a, you know, if your tests are testing your tests, then, well, that's the wrong one. It's you're not right, you know, it's not the answer. So let me steal you. Actually, I need you as well. Come on, give me you. So you go like this. And then you get put in you. Yes. Making it look pretty can also take an extra day. Yeah, making it pretty can also take a long time. yeah, 3p. Hang on. Well, here is my YouTube uploader. So it is not pretty, it is functional. So you type in a title, type in a description. Oh no, I can't spell. If you want to upload a thumbnail, you click on that, you pick a pretty picture, so there's one. You can pick public or not, you can select the video, so you go and pick one of the videos, so that was the last one. And then you hit upload, and it puts a speed and ETA and does a little progress going across the bottom. That's it. That's all it does. Oh, the fix button was fixing categories. I don't really need it anymore. But it's not pretty. It has some error checking in so that if, for example, I haven't selected a video, it won't let me hit the upload button just does nothing. I haven't bothered to say, donut, you forgot your video. But pretty much, I only have to now fill in that. So that's it. If I don't fill in it, if I don't send it a thumbnail, it will upload it and let YouTube generate one. Public or not, I know there's 3, but there's public or not is more than sensible for me. And I can hit upload and it will... Yeah, I didn't even bother changing the window title, right? Because why? Effort not needed, right? Just read the content. I didn't even give it an icon, for Christ's sake. I didn't even... I'm sorry about the stick thing. Hang on, why is my pillow black? Why is my pillow gone black? Why is... You can't see... Can you see anything right now? You can't. It's just black, isn't it? Can you see my lace pillow right now? Can you see a lace pillow? Oh, if I wave like this, can you see it? You see me waving? Yeah. I wonder why it stopped. It stopped showing the lace camera. I know it likes doing the stick thing. Okay. Yeah. It's really weird. It's completely eaten my connectivity to the camera. Considering that my code has nothing to do with cameras. But if I open up the camera app's also not talking. Have you gone to sleep? I wonder if my cat... Yeah, we have sticks and carrots. We have sticks and carrots. I think my camera's just eaten itself. Because normally when I go into the actual camera hub, the camera hub says it can't show me because it's in use. But it's not doing that right now. Let me quit camera hub. I'm not. It's supposed to be showing the camera, but it ain't showing the camera. So I'm going to see if I can make it. Yeah, my camera's having a mood. Right, so now that's worked. Okay, so that's working. Let me come out of this and try and go back in. And yes, the stick thing's come back up. Piss off, stick thing. Right, so there you go. My camera got the mood. It decided to be a bit of a diva. And yes, it shows on my screen as well now, so that's good. I wasn't sure whether it was just my screen that was black or everybody's screen that was black. The answer is everybody's screen was black. So, bad camera. My camera literally, even the camera app said I have no camera. Yeah, I think that was probably what was wrong with it. It got the hump. So now we do the fun bit. Remember I said about how everything was two sticks? Well, basically I'm going to be using... The reason I put these all on mini sticks is because I'm going to treat them as if they... each pair as if they were a single bobbin. So, that's how this works. Only it gets a bit complicated because there's a few of them. So, like this. And then you put you back over here and go away, flappy flyy thing. Come on. The local wildlife does love to come and invade our streams. Oh, go away. You'll probably guess what's just happened to it. It's flown into the fly zapper. What a shame. Well, I know I wafted it in that direction, but I didn't actually intend to kill it. And you, take care. Now, that looks a little wonky. That's because you should be there. Like that. Got carried away. We grab a pin. Lock pin. Stick it in the hole like that. Actually, we could shrink you up a bit. That will help. Give everyone a bit of a tug. So I'm just using the pairs like they were single bobbins, which is why they'll get a mini stick. It just makes... when I was doing it before getting the mini sticks, trying to do pairs of bobbins and getting it right was a little hit and miss, frankly. Because, well, you got all the extra bobbins to be poking around with. So let's see. Then we need to do you and you, and then you and you. You're done. And then we do you and you, like that. And then you and you. And you're done the other side. That's done the bit in the middle. So realistically, the see, that was so much quicker than when I was doing it the hard way. So now I need to twist them 3 times like that, and then 1, 2, 3, because I need to twist the pairs. Just go with it. It's just easier to flip the paddles. So while they're still in paddle format, so we take you off. Now we take you off. 1, 2, 3. Paddle off. Paddle off. 1, 2, 3. See, this is a bitch to undo, which is why when I made that mistake and had to go back, I would have had to have gone back through one of these, and the idea of undoing all of this just really didn't appeal, so I didn't. I do hate the fact that I know there's a mistake in it and I will be able to see it, but my sanity was not worth trying to undo one of these. It's like trying to undo, you know, some really complicated mega cable with increases, decreases and swappages and slip stitches and and drop stitches and pulling lifty up stitches and all of that kind of crap, and you're just going, oh, I don't really want to have to undo that. So if I screwed that up, it's staying that way. It's the only thing about this setup that is not good, is that undoing that is frankly not worth it. And for some reason, you only ever notice your mistakes, as I said, when you're about to try and post it on the internet, and then mistakes stand out like a sore thumb, but it's too late by then, frankly. So. You don't. That's not right smell. Confused myself. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. I went too far. That's where brain was going. Getting overboard. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now normally I would be following this down here and making them all tidy, but actually there's no reason why I can't. So let's be doing a bit of that, because that helps. Because it helps keep them tidy. So doesn't look exactly right, because you need 2 rows for it to kind of entirely sort things out, but it will help keep everything spaced and stuff. So let's do this. Now you see that looks wrong. That one looks wrong. Let's undo this. This is where undoing it never seems to be the right thing. Let me undo you, because for some reason you look wrong. You look like you're not twisted. I really thought I had, but you're not. See, this isn't twisted, which probably means this isn't. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not, look. Does that mean they're not twisted? Can't see. Where's my phone? Due to small threads, poor eyesight, being old and not being able to get very close to it because of where it is and all of that, sometimes the answer is take a photo of it. And I didn't twist it because I'm a knob. Right. That's why that looks funny. So let's undo these. This is where it gets a bit crowded. This motif is one of the few times this pillow gets a little too crowded for my liking. So let's undo this. Undo you, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and you. Undo that, put that in there, undo it again. So, round about here somewhere, I foobarred. In that I've now twisted you, but I need... There's only 3. How is there only 3? One of you is missing. There it is. One of my dinosaurs is missing. So you are twisted, that's fine. You know to be twisted. And now we do it back up again. So this is the kind of mistake that we do fix because we can, and it's not that far back in time, so we go back and fix it. If it had been up the side and I noticed I hadn't twisted some, then I would probably go back and fix that. But if it involves undoing this motif, it can go jump, because that's too complicated and I will make even more mistakes in trying to fix it, because there are just so many opportunities to get it wrong, and statistically and all that, when you're flustered because you got it wrong the first time, you're even more likely to make more mistakes trying to fix it than you are if you leave it. So it's a bit like if you have a really delicate painting and you try to patch it up because you notice something. The more you try and patch it, the worse it looks. So the more you patch it and the worse it looks. It's that kind of problem. So we know that we now have to go down through here again. Now we do these ones. You have been twisted, so that's fine. So we can put some of these in a stick to keep them that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, and 3. So you sort it. Now I've got a bit more room. to do this side. We can put you all in a stick to get you more out of the way. I need you to put you in a stick to get a bit more space. You go and live in that stick. Now we've got more space to do this. Though. Anyway, we're near the end of this, so we're near the end of this motif anyway, which is a good thing. There we go, end of motif. I shall update my thing to say 37. I mean, obviously we are beyond 37, but we have definitely completed 37, so that's a good thing. And just because I suddenly feel very paranoid about one particular corner, I need to take another photo. Hang on. I think I might have spotted a mistake. If I have, I'll be really mad. case that didn't translate, I made a mistake. I didn't twist those pairs there. So that bit that I've just done, and because it partly uses them to make that last bit which I'd not twisted, do I undo that bit again? Does it show enough? The answer is yes. Let me show you. So, now it's not hugely apparent, but I grab a pokey stick. These threads here, you can see there look to be too many. That's because they're not twisted like the 3 here. And in fact, I did not twist them on this side. Now this, I don't need to undo all of this for. I can just undo this little chunk and it will sort itself out. But to undo these, I need to undo this whole side. I need to undo this, these spiders again, because donut here got it wrong. So let's set about doing that, because we're not going to leave it. We're not going to leave it. Even though I hate myself very much, we are not going to leave it. As I say, I hate myself greatly because it's so unnecessary. So let me put some of these back in because I don't have to go that far this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need 2 pairs of you to go in a stick. Sticky stick. Sticky stick. You're out the way. You are out the way over there. In fact, I can stick you in a stick too. Stick you out the way. So that's that room. Because now I need to undo you. So undo thing. Undo thing. Undo thing. Pin. Undo thing. Going to work back in a logical manner and not try and be clever about it. Undo thing. Pin. Undo thing. 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 In fact, let's put this pin here to encourage you all to stay over there while I let rip more of you. This is going to get busy. As she needs to make you all a lot longer as well. Going to need to make you longer soon, so that's what it there. Gives us a bit more space too. In case you're wondering why it gives you more space, well, the bulk of it, obviously, bobbin compared to thread is considerably wider, so therefore it can fan out more if the bobbins are further away. Hello, how are you? We have fucked it up, so we're just about undoing the unfucking. So we are part the way through. Yeah, this is the close up of the fuck up, to be honest. I'm just lengthening bobbins at the moment. I forgot to twist them here, so I have to undo. Well, I've just undone this bit here. Do you mind not chucking my pillow on the floor, dog? And then I've got to undo these spiders because I need these 2 threads here. So, happy me, happy me. But hey, I noticed it now, not later, and so you know it is fixable. I'm just not pleased about it. But yeah, could be happier. Because I've also got to undo this bit to get back and twist those. So it's not just these. So the phrase arse comes to mind. But we've had quite a good stream so far. We've been chatting about lots of weird things. So it is good to see you, Mika Ketsumi. How you doing? Oh, my camera decided to have a moody and just went black, which was also interesting. The whole app just kind of went, there is no camera, and it's like, okay, why not? So I restarted the camera and everything, and it kind of went, I'm good. Why? What was the problem? Yeah, in true computer format. So I need to undo you, but I can technically do you without the bobbins for now, and just all of you to do the first bit. So I can do all of this bit and fix it, and then go back and fix that bit. I just mustn't forget. Otherwise I really will be pissed. Not that I'm not already, but you know, I will be somehow even more annoyed with myself. Because like I said, the problem with undoing and fixing is that sometimes you make even more cock-ups in the fixing than you did when you cocked it up in the first place. So it is one of those problems that it may not always be for the best. And this somehow is not undoing. There we go. It's just really annoying that for I need to undo more, really. Like everything, I need to undo more. Because this is the first one that I didn't twist. Actually, I did twist that one. Oh no, it's that one I didn't twist. Oh, that's one. Of course. So yes, I now need to go back and undo all those spiders. Happy days. Happy days. At least they're not the inner ones, because that really would suck donkey doo-doo. These are annoying, but doable. I just don't want to be doing them. Can you not? Can you all just like move over and... You're too long. Can you just scooch up a bit, because somehow you've got too long. There you go. Right, you all move over in the plethora-ofness that is you. We will then undo. Hello, thank you for the follow. You have caught me at not one of my better moments in time, as I go to work out what the fuck I did with all of this, because, well, somehow I managed to screw it up, and, well, now we've got to go back and unscrew it up, which, yeah, Could have been nicer. See, that didn't work out, and it should. And I hate it when it does this, because you blindly go ahead and then you look up and you're like, nah, shit. So you go there. Problem is I can't see. I have a, it's not a kind of like diagnosed eyesight disorder, but I do have an eyesight disorder, which means that there are many times I can't tell whether two identical things are on top, whether one's on top of the other, which one's on top, and so which way to untwist them. And it is kind of very frustrating at times like this, because I know the moves that I should have made to do the stitch, and so I know the answer as to how I should be able to undo it. So I follow the if I just do it, it should work technique, because, well, I know that, you know, at no point do I deliberately not do the right thing. However, somehow this does not always seem to be the case. And so even though, as I said, I don't ever sit down intentionally and get it wrong, when you come to undo it like this is why sometimes the unfucking generates more problems than the fucking, because, well, you end up in a bigger pickle because, well, you didn't do what you thought you did, well, clearly that, because it's wrong, but you did even more wrong than you thought you ever did, or now somehow you got it wrong in the undoing, and now you've tied yourself in an even bigger pickle, and now it's even harder to undo because, well, now there's even more that's wrong with it. So sometimes the unfucking is distinctly not pleasant to do, and like this one, something seems to be a bit wrong with it, but there we go. See, that didn't work somehow. And of course, once it doesn't work, it's really hard to see where it goes wrong, because, as I said, I can't tell what's not the right way around, because, well, if it's not the right way around, it's not the way I expected it to be, or it's somehow the reverse of what, you know, if left, right, left, the way back should be right, left, right. Somehow it's not always true. So with that in mind, one does the undo and then isn't back where you started, and you're left going, how is this not the case? Especially when it works most of the time. So it means that you actually must have got it wrong somehow, but it's not hard. So how did you get it wrong? Well, the answer obviously is a lot easier than you thought it was going to be, because, well, otherwise it wouldn't be wrong in the first place. So half the time it's like I didn't do enough of them or something. See, that's not right somehow. And you're twisted and you shouldn't be. You should not be twisted. There you go. Like that. Let's try the next one. See, I can't see that shit. So you should not be like that. I can't even see it on camera, even though I haven't. I mean, it's not full screen, but I can't even see it on the camera. So, my brain does not see some things. It's a bit like, I can't explain it, but if you do drawings, I cannot see shoulders. Well, I can in real life. I mean, I can see that they're there, but when it comes to trying to put them on 2D piece of paper, my brain cannot at all comprehend how a shoulder happens on paper. It just can't fathom how that actually works. And it's that kind of problem that my brain has, is that it kind of goes, nope, and that's it. I now can't see or do anything that means anything to my brain cells that will make that make sense. So nearly there for this bit. Nearly there. One more to go. But it is also quite easy when you do something like this and you go back and you do the undo moves that work or should work, and then when they don't, you spend hours faffing and fiddling and kind of going, did I just make that worse somehow? And the answer is probably yes, because somehow I only had one twist on it. Okay, that's right, that's fine. Do I need another one? I don't know. I can't tell. It's 2 o'clock in the fucking morning and I can't see what I'm doing because it's all small and far away and I can't get any closer. So 1, 2. Well, that's not 2, is it? You're 2 and you're 3. So that is all of them. Okay. It's all gone really mega blurry. Why have you gone blurry? Come on. Thank you. Sigh. So, let's move you over. Let's look at undoing you. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You should all now be uncrossed. Don't you think you are? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now we have to undo 3 of them. My little sticks are trying to make a run for it. So now you need to come back together and do it all over again. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And now we can do it back up again. Ha ha! Hooray! Not. And then we'll have to undo this chunk to put the twists on those legs, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, yawny yawn. Doesn't help, I haven't had anything to eat today actually. Which is most unlike me. But I have not yet eaten today. I think if I went and ate something now, I'd be even more tired. So that's probably not the answer to life, the universe, and everything that it could be. I think I did too many. Now, how many are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you need 1 to make up your numbers. Okay. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 6. Not quite ready. Hey Sugar Bear, how you doing? We fucked up, Sugar Bear. So we are in the process of unfucking it up. Because, well, that's what we do, as you know. We're at all humanly possible. And as long as I'm not going to lose my sanity in process. So we are unfucking the fucking. Because although it was far enough, because I'd got to the bottom of finishing this motif and I've had to undo this section here, I had not crossed these 3 and I've not crossed the 3 that go that side. So, but I can do these ones and then we sort them out. So, yeah, I'm did okay too. Ex-hubby's birthday went well, although miserable shit doesn't eat fucking blueberry muffins. Because he doesn't really do cakes, so there was no point buying him a big cake because he lives alone. So I bought muffins because I thought, well, you know, frankly, there's nothing in a muffin. You know, he can have a muffin as a birthday cake because it's, you know, individual portion and all that kind of stuff. And there are only two kinds of muffins that were available at the time, so blueberries and toffee, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't do toffee. So I went with blueberry. Apparently he doesn't like blueberries either, little shitbag. So, so that was a bit of a bust. But he enjoyed the rest of his things, and he had a good evening. So that was distinctly worth it. I, you know, haven't seen him for ages. So, and tonight I was also out. I went to see a friend who I also haven't seen for ages, and had a good long chat with her. She's doing all right. So yeah, it was a pleasant evening. I was hugging her dogs. Of course, Kate got home and was treated like the traitorous crow that I really am by my own dogs, because how dare you say hello to other dogs. So I got firmly grilled when I got home, and so the stream was slightly late because I got home later than I kind of thought, because normally she's a very early to bed lady, because her dogs get her up stupidly early, but she stayed up later than I really was expecting her to. So I didn't want to appear too rude and do the hi, I want to fuck off and go streaming because you're really boring, because she isn't boring, and so I didn't want to do that. And so I did tell her that I normally start streaming kind of at 10, and you know, I can be late. I mean, no one's going to kill me, but and so you know, but she obviously also needed to go to bed, so that's where we're at now. You were across 3 times. Just doesn't look like 3 times. Okay. So I'll do you. You're a bit long and you're getting annoying. Scooch. Tiny. Scooch. In here, check that you have sufficient twisties. You do. Thank you, honey bear. Thank you. Sugar bear, hug him. Sorry. Sugar. Hugger, 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 hugger. Wow. Wow. Thank you, both of you. Hug each other greatly. For those who don't know, they live together. That's why they're the bears. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. Ads always do. As I said earlier, why is it that, you know, it's like someone asks a question and irrelevant when they seem to ask the question, it's always just as the ads kick in. It's it just seems to be Murphy's Law that the ads seem to know when to be a pain in the butt. Yeah, the problem is I get so caught up in actually doing that I'd forget, and Twitch would hate me. So I do sometimes remember to roll them at convenient points, but I also forget, because, well, that's a thing when you're old. So you need to go in here. I mean, frankly, let's truly be honest, there is no good time to run adverts. If you use StreamerBot, you can actually do that. You can have it auto run stopwatches for you. It'll do that. You can have it run that and say, you know, because I do actually have mine come up in my ear, because what you probably don't know is that I have text-to-speech running, so that when you type, I can be looking at this and I will hear what you say, because, well, that way I don't have to keep staring and realise I've missed half the conversation. And so I have a thing that normally goes, you've got 2 minutes till ad break, but for some reason it hasn't been kicking off tonight. The only thing I will say is even though Twitch does notify usually of ad break starting, the first one of your stream, it doesn't tell you. Even if you've set them, say, right, you know, my adverts will start, you know, I'll run ads after, you know, 30 minutes of the stream going, so that, you know, they don't spend, you know, 20 minutes in adverts kind of thing. So you don't have to force everyone through a pre-roll. It gets to the half hour and then just goes, here are your adverts. It doesn't warn you. All the other time, it does warn you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But for some reason today, my system for warning me of ads, it tells me about the actual ads, but it's not warning me of the potential in 2-3 minutes you're going to have ads. So that I'm looking down here, and the first thing I know is, yeah, right. Oh, the answer to that is, our adverts are running now. Oh, you piece of shit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's definitely a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's right, I just didn't look enough. Hence I counted it again. It's a bit like being British. We boil the kettle to make a cup of tea, and then even though we watched it boil, we'll boil it again to make sure. It's just a kind of bad habit thing. Because let's face it, I am unfucking the fucking, so I don't need to be making more mistakes, that's for sure. Because I'm plenty capable of making mistakes without that. So that's that. So. That's all of you sorted. Let's put you in a stick to keep you out of the way and tidy. And then we'll unscrew the other half of the screwed upness. So this one's a lot shorter, so this one really isn't so bad at all. This side is undoing this, even though, you know, it's more than I want to, because let's face it, who wants to undo work that you've just done? Wow. Thank you for my hype train, both of you. Oh, don't think I've ever had a hype train actually. Bit of a shock. Or if I did, I've forgotten. So, yes, thank you for my hype train. So let's make all of these longer, because then I have more room. And you've got stuck on the bead. Thank you very much. Stop being annoying. There you go. You can do that. So this won't take too long to undo. And this is actually quite simple to undo. In theory, assuming I didn't screw up. So, for example, we undo this one and take out the pin. Undo this one and untwist and untwist and undo. Untwist and undo. Untwist and undo. Untwist and undo and untwist. And untwist and undo. It helps me to say it actually. Untwist and undo. Untwist and undo. And this doesn't feel like untwist and undo. Oh, it is. Chunk. Untwist and undo. And untwist. And that one I think I don't have to do anymore. So untwist and undo. You out, chunk, untwist and undo, untwist and undo. Yeah, let's do that one more. Untwist and undo, untwist and undo. Don't need to do you again after this. Untwist and undo. And now it's the final row. Untwist and undo. Pin. Untwist and undo. Untwist and undo. Untwist and undo. And twist and undo. So all of these should have been twisted because I'm stupid. So we twist those. And then we put it back. So this way was a lot shorter, you know, which frankly is a benefit. But it always surprises me that I can screw it up and that even though I'm looking where I'm putting the pin, often even as I twist the bobbins, I'm looking where the pin's going to go, that I don't see that it's not right until taking a photo, and it's only on taking the photo do I see that it's not right. And I don't quite understand how I achieve that. That feels stupid. But I think some of it is just because they're quite small threads and they're close together, whether they're twisted or not, if they're close enough together, you can't tell if they're twisted or not. If they were two very distinct colours, so for example, I know white and black, you would see if they're twisted because, well, clearly one would show twisting. But because they're all white, even if some look grubby, because, well, some of them do, because the colour has come off my bobbins and it will wash off when we finally finish it and wash it, and it does come off because we've proved that, that it is slightly frustrating that I can't see whether things are crossed and twist. So one thing I must do this coming week before I go back to work is make an optician's appointment and go and get a new pair of glasses, because for those who don't know, I have a body that enjoys eating anti-reflective coating. I can have a pair of glasses, brand new pair of glasses, for 2 weeks, and already the coating will be coming off. and I've had these quite a while. Needless to say, while the coating comes off, it doesn't come off smoothly, you understand? No. It chips off almost. And so there are fragments of it left. So for example, if I do this, hang on, you can see the edges and sometimes the scattered refractions. There you go, especially on that one. You can see how bad it is. And as a result, because on the left lens especially, it seems to have eaten away on the inside as the outside as well as the inside. Although it always seems to be the inside that goes last for some reason. It means it's a bit like looking through fog, but it's fog with chunks in it. And as a result, this does not help in the staring at tiny ass little white threads on a board. So I definitely need to go get me a new pair of glasses. But I'm also a tightwad, to be honest, because my glasses will be expensive. Now, when I phoned up a particular opticians to case them out a little bit, because over here in the UK, don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, there are two types of opticians. One gives you kind of a really thick pair of wire frames. So let me zoom out now because you don't need to stare at that. So dissimilar to this, but they're circular. So they're wire frames and they've got like slots in, and they've got like little lenses they slot in and out, so they kind of go like better, worse, and they can tilt them and get angles and things. And then they've got these big fancy plastic things that look like almost like those old kaleidoscope toys, but flattened. So they're like this. I mean, they're like this fat. They're not skinny, but they're like, you know, almost like a metre wide and, you know, 12 inches tall or whatever. And, you know, it's really quite big, but it's all done electronically. Well, the problem I have is when they go better, worse, the computer is on a fixed timer. And because it's happening right in front of my nose, I fairly naturally blink. I mean, we all do to an extent. Something goes like, nah, at you kind of blink, right? Well, so it goes, better, worse. Oh, I don't know, I didn't see shit, darling. I had my eyes closed. Because when it changed it the first time, I shut my eyes, and by the time I opened them again, you were changing it back, so I shut them again. I have no idea, I didn't see them. Can you slow it down? No, one speed only. Well, then I can't tell you answer your question. Well, you must be able to. No, because your stupid thing makes me blink. And, well, I blinked and I didn't actually get to look through it. And even if I saw for like 0.01 milliseconds, my brain could not decide in that timescale if it was better or not. You need to slow down. Oh, I can't slow down. So I can't go to those opticians. And I did phone one up. And my ex-husband goes, oh, you should go to these ones. They're really, really good. I'm sure they are. But if they don't give me a choice, or they don't have the old style one, can't use it. So I could go to his one, but I don't know where to park. Or I could go to the one that I found up, which is basically in Tesco's, and I know what that is. And you can get, it's not my normal Tesco's, but I know where it is. And of course, being a Tesco's car park, it's, you know, designed big shopping mall-y thing. So kind of, there's always a spot. And so I can go in and I can go and do that. And if necessary, I can buy a pint of milk to justify me being in the car park, because they don't kind of like non-customers. But I'm going in to buy something. I'm just not buying from Tesco. I'm buying from a company who rent space in Tesco's. But so I know what they are, and I know that they've got the right machine. So they are a high category at this moment. But they're also a company that I've had a run-in the past with them for a bit. My prescription's not complicated. I can tell you what my prescription is, and if you're an optometrist, you can make me a pair of glasses here and now. I know my pupil distance. I know my normal diopter stuff. I know my reading diopter stuff. I do not need prisms or any of the fancy shit. Well, technically I do, but I also don't. when they added them, it didn't make any fucking difference to me. So I don't quite see how they worked out I needed them, because when I got a pair of glasses without them, I couldn't see any difference, and it didn't give me any headaches. So I think it's fairly minor. So it's kind of like, I mean, if my glasses are out by 0.25 of diopter, I couldn't even tell you. My eyesight is so shit, and my glass is so strong that 0.25 is such a small percentage, it's not worth the paper it's written on. And so I know what my prescription is. And this particular company, Vision Express, when I went into Cheltenham to get my glasses done, because I live near Cheltenham, well, not that near Cheltenham, but near enough to Cheltenham, and I wanted the 1 hour glasses because the dog had broke my glasses, so I went to Cheltenham. They put me on the electronic thing, and I said, this is not going to work. And they went, yeah, it will, yeah, it will, yeah, it will. And I'm like, no, it won't, no, it won't. I had run-ins with it in the past. I ended up going to hospital to prove it's not my eyesight. And I was right, it's not my eyesight, it's the electronic doody thing. They came out with a really wrong prescription. I went, that's not my prescription. They went, well, that's what you've tested as. That's how, that's what you've tested today. That must be why your glasses are wrong. And I went, my glasses are wrong because the dog broke them. Anyway, they made the prescription that they decided, and I'm standing around a shopping centre with no glasses for an hour, like a twat. Now later, they hand me a pair of glasses, I put them on. I can't even see the big sign, kind of like 50% off or whatever, that's probably 3 feet high at the end of the shop. I can't read it clearly. And I go, these glasses are wrong. No, you'll just take time to adjust to them. Well, they should be the same as my last pair, so I shouldn't really. It's not like I've suddenly got weirdy glasses or something. This should be the same prescription as last time, and I can't see. Oh, you have to give it a week. We won't accept your complaint on them until you've worn them for a week. So I wore them for a week, and you'd pull up in a car on a road, and bear in mind British roads are quite skinny in comparison, say, to American roads. You can't just do a U-turn in a road in England. You have to do multi-point turns to turn around. Sitting at traffic lights, I could not read the road sign on the other side of the road. I could not read the road signs as I'm passing them on the motorway. So I was right. So a week later I go back and they kind of go, why didn't you say anything? I said I did. I complained profusely and you told me to wait and I had to wear him for a week. Well, I don't know who told you that. And I went, actually, you did. And she got really pissed. Anyway, they took me in and they did another eye test. They did do it free of charge. Oh, look, they did it using the old system. Well, that's the problem. We're getting more like you lot. And anyway, did it using the old system because they kind of had some dusty in the back. We've got ambulance chasers. We're getting everything. People are suing people because they said, you look blonde. And no, I know. That's why we now have proms, by the way. We never had proms till you lot kind of started it all. We never had... Yeah. We don't have Sweet 16. We don't have Spring Break. We do other stupid, dumb stuff. Halloween is basically American. We didn't do that until we caught it off you. It was one of the first things we caught off you, but we didn't... Yeah. We now call our series Seasons because of you. Yeah, don't. It was, but we never did the door-to-door begging for sweets. We had Halloween, and you know maybe do a play about witches and draw pumpkins on the window, but we bear in mind, of course, pumpkins don't really grow in this country. We drew ghosts and ghoulies and witches and cauldrons and shit and hung them up in the classroom, and we did all of that. But the door... But we never did children door to door begging for sweets. We never did that as children. It was just not a thing. Did we really? I mean, we did have like Halloween parties, and you'd go dressed up to a party, but you didn't go door to door knocking. Well, you went to parties and got it from the... Yeah, to be honest, they probably did use turnips before pumpkins, but we only did the parties. So we would celebrate Halloween and, you know, get together and, you know, whoever's friggin' house it was provided the candy, right? But you didn't get that much of it, but you got some, right? And it was only even after I was a child that the whole... To be honest, I don't think anyone ever... No right-minded soul wants to have... I mean, as parents, not that I've done the parent thing, but as an observant person, your own... Well, I think... And don't get me wrong, I do see a logic in that. Because... Let's say you've got 3 children. You have already had enough of your own 3 children because your own children, stroke pets, know how to push your buttons. Your children know how to pee you off in a heartbeat. You can go from calm and happy to wanting to terminate the existence of the entire nation in like 0 seconds because your kids, stroke pets, know how to push your buttons. They know exactly what winds you up. It can be as little as the look. The look in answer to a question can be the final straw and death should ensue. But you never actually terminate your own children. And I think that's why no one ever wanted to do children's parties, because who needs more of the little buggers? Who needs Fatty Johnson who's going to come along and puke in your plant? Who needs, you know, 15 children who are going to find the pen collection and draw on every wall in the house? Who needs, you know, lots of children puking, pooping and weeing themselves and finding it funny, right? No one needs to be in charge. I mean, it's like, why lots of people never homeschooled? Because it's the only chance to get rid of the buggers, right? And I think part of that is, I mean, obviously, as I never went door-to-door knocking, originally it was door-to-door knocking. And trick or treat was supposed to be the person in the house gave you a trick or treat. But at some point the tables turned. If you didn't trick them, they would... if you didn't treat them, they would trick you. They would, you know, throw shit at your house, break your windows. It got dangerous at one point, at least here. In the ones that you often see now where, yeah, and occasionally it going a bit wrong, right? In the days where you see people put out baskets of sweets and kids can take what they want, I think that's probably the safer way, right? And that's kind of where we're at in the UK, is that most of it is not knocking on doors. No, in my old house, kids knocked on your door. And of course, being someone with no children, I completely would forget it's Halloween and they'd knock on the door and I'd look at them with, oh shit, right? And that is the sad part of everything. There is always someone who wants to spoil it. Or they don't think of it as spoiling it, but there's someone who intentionally spoils it by, as you say, Fatty Holder comes along and basically, you know, with his kind of cart and empties into one of those sacks for garden waste the entire shebang and clears out road after road after road, right? I've seen that. And that to me truly is a kid who thought what it's like to be somebody else. Oh, obviously, because very few children actually make their own costumes. I mean, I have done some strange things for Halloween. So I did a karate seminar on Halloween where we were all asked to dress up. Now, obviously with karate, there are limitations as to what you can and cannot wear practically and still do karate. I went to the karate thing as basically as Darth Maul. Bought me a Darth Maul mask, a full head mask, and went as kind of Darth Maul. The only problem was, when I bought the mask, I was healthy. The day of the karate thing, I had a temperature of 102. And needless to say, if you do exercise, even if you didn't do exercise, yeah, well, let's put it this way. I put the mask on. I knew I was ill before I got there, but I thought it was, I'll live. I had not taken into account the fact that, well, the pure, solid, 100% latex with 2 eye holes only mask, so there's nowhere for the air to go for my gob, so I'm kind of like suffocating slowly. I did a 3-hour karate seminar wearing this mask. I need to point out, I won the competition as who had the best costume, and I won the competition of who could do all of the moves the quickest, because we've got a bunch of standard moves you normally do in line drill, and they put them all together slowly over time and then did them faster and faster and faster, and it boiled down to me and the kid next to me, who was a really good kid. I loved him to pieces. And bear in mind, I'm like 40 and he's like 12, right? But he is also, whereas an awful lot of children doing karate kind of wave their arms and legs around and it's kind of nothing like, this kid was doing it. Even though we were the same grade, I will always tell you, he was better than me. He absolutely was better than me. Not because partly because he hadn't broken shit, but he was technically and just better than me. His everything about what he did was. We all did the right things, but he did it better than me, right? But I managed to beat him for speed, and I don't know how, because frankly I don't remember much of the entire event, because I was doolally, because I was, well, slightly losing my marbles, because, well, I was going crazy with a fever, right? And so, you know, I literally was soaking wet underneath the mask because I was sweating. I will say it probably sweated out a lot of the germs, to be fair. And I really shouldn't have been there spreading them around, but I'd paid good money, so I went. I've also done a couple of classes around Halloween where you wear a costume to class, and I went as Dobby, full sheet, because I'm an adult, obviously, as a pillowcase. I used a duvet cover, cut a hole in the end for my head, stuck my hand, and stick my hands out of it. So I was wearing shit under the but you couldn't tell because, well, I got to wear, t-shirt and shorts under it. And so I went, that's really wise, because they'd put their entire karate gi on under something and they were roasting, and I went, I'm wearing a duvet cover. I'm already dressed. I don't need to wear everything else. And so that was kind of a laugh. But I went as Dobby, which was quite cool. I really did look quite good as Dobby. I think I've got some photos of me as Dobby somewhere. Because it was a proper full Dobby mask. So it wasn't like I was just pretending to be Dobby in a duvet. No, I had the mask and everything. So I actually was a really big Dobby. Which was quite cool. Doing karate. But I do think that, you know, so from that point of view, I've always enjoyed the Halloween aspect of that. I enjoy Halloween. I have never got into the British fireworks stuff because we've always had dogs. And dogs, even if they are not scared of fireworks, don't like fireworks. These two shout at them. They don't understand why the world is being blown up. And so they bark a lot. And I've always had a problem, and, you know, again, a hill I will die on. Fireworks here, I don't know about anywhere else, are ridiculously expensive. I mean, one rather pathetic rocket will set you back £100. So if you want to put on any kind of display, you are talking stupid money. Yet people spend stupid money and have, you know, £600-700 worth of fireworks for their garden. It takes like 15 minutes to get through them all. And scare all the wildlife, upset all the pets. Go to a organised event in the park. You know, yes, there will still be animals scared, but the dogs in your house, in all the houses around you, won't be. Oh, I'm glad to hear they're expensive everywhere. That makes me feel a bit better. But it just, you know, nowadays with so many more people having PTSD through the recent uprisings and wars that we've had, you know, lots more people a lot more veterans with PTSD around, and you've got all the scared animals, you've got people who don't understand because maybe they're not at their best because they've got old. All it does is scare so many things, and that 500-600 quid's worth of shit that you bought for your garden, where at least one bit doesn't work, you're putting your family and you at risk. It's a fire hazard. One year I had to go down and house sit for my dad in London because he wanted to go out, but his dogs were allegedly really scared of fireworks, right? So I had to leave my dogs on their own for firework night and go and sit with his. He didn't see the stupidity in saying, my dogs are really scared of fireworks, yours don't like them, but you've got to come and sit for my dogs. Well, it's almost like tossing away a weekend away, isn't it? Yeah, it's like tossing a weekend away. You know, it's kind of like, why would you do that? And so I drove down after work, so I had to do a full day's work, and at 4 o'clock I came home, walked my dogs, fed them, hugged them, then had to get in my car, drive to London, go and sit with my dad's dog so that I could be there for 6 o'clock so he could go out. He didn't come back till midnight. So after that, of course, I then had to drive home. But while he was out, I'm sitting watching his shitty TV, and the dogs are all asleep. Because my dad was the one who made them scared of fireworks. I didn't move a muscle when he went off, so nor did they. Because I wasn't panicking. I wasn't going, oh, you're all right, it's okay. They didn't fret at all. They slept through the whole damn thing. And it's the only time they ever did. Because when my dad was there, they were under tables, crying, wetting themselves. They got really worked up. Because, of course, he was fussing over them, so they thought there was something to be worried about. Anyway, I went to make a cup of tea, rinsed my mug out. Shit me, that's a bit much. My dad's house faces that way, and obviously his garden's really long, because his garden's like 120 feet, right? But at the end of his garden, there's a fence, and then at the fence, there are houses that go that way. and a big block of flats that's just behind his house. So the block of flats kind of comes halfway through his garden, and their gardens end halfway through his garden. And the first house that points kind of that way, there were flames the height of their roof. Quite a thin column of flames, but flames the height of their roof. So I phoned the fire brigade because, well, I'm not stupid. That if someone doesn't do something about it, and it, you know, I watched it for a couple of minutes, and it's not like I'd hear, "Oh my God, let's put it out and get the bucket of water" or anything like that, because they really weren't that far away. So I phoned the fire brigade. The fire brigade turned up and put their fire out. They had no idea. They had no idea that this big, you know, house high. Bear in mind, it's not like it was a bungalow. It was a proper normal, you know, 2-story house with a big pointy roof, right? House high fire that was about to start kind of licking away at the windows and the eaves of their roof. I saved the house. I actually got a phone call back from the fire people saying thank you because nobody knew. And you're like, well, I wasn't going to just sit there. I wasn't going to rush and just get the baked potatoes and get cooking, was I? Right? So that was the only event of the whole evening, was me saving some dude's house, right? My poor dogs have been alone all night. My dad, you know, and yeah, like when my dad got back, I guess you can go home now. Well, thanks, Dad. You know, I basically spent the best part of, I don't know, 18 hours away from my dog. Okay, it was more like 17 because I'd gone home and fed them and hugged them for a tiny bit. But I've basically been out 18 hours today on a day where my dogs will also be scared. And you couldn't get like your neighbour next door to keep an eye on your dog or a little something? Apparently not. No, I had to drive the hour and a bit to London to go and sit with his dogs while they weren't scared at all, because I wasn't scared. I mean, they actually reacted less than my two do, because my two, in my old house, the dogs I had at the time were very understanding and they really didn't mind. But what did happen every year without fail is, I swear, one of my neighbours would try and open cast mine their house. Because obviously you get the whee, pop, bang, poof, whiz kind of noises, right? And then there'd be kaboom! And my detached house, so I'm not attached to another house, so it's not like, you know, would shake. The entire house would shake because of this kaboom, right? And it wasn't like it was next door doing it. It was many houses away. This was truly not a firework, an explosion. And that used to annoy my dogs because it shook the house. And then they would start barking at the fireworks because they'd had enough now. But I couldn't be there that night. And I felt very sorry for my dogs that out of all the evenings my dad chose to go and watch the ballet, he chose firework night. But as I say, these two don't like fireworks because they don't understand. They don't understand why all the pops and bangs. They don't get it. So they bark at it. But they're not scared of it. They just, you shouldn't be here. Go away. Woof, woof, woof. Right? Now, they do that a lot because she whines a lot, as you possibly know if you watch my stream. She is a whiny cow. But both of them get barky because, can you stop that? I'm sick of that. And they go out and tell everybody. But fortunately, the land behind me is a field. People do not go there to do fireworks. It's not that kind of field. So, as a whole, they are more in the distance. But I am wedged between two... I say wedged. I'm not really wedged at all. They're miles away. About 2 miles in either direction. So 2 miles that way and 2 miles that way. There are bigger events where they do an organised firework display. And because they are bigger, they have bigger events. So they send up rockets that probably cost thousands of pounds, and rather than whee poof, you get whee kablooey, right? And so the sound does travel, and if the sounds, and I mean, if it's a bit windy and rainy and stuff, it's not so bad. But of course, it's never windy and bloody rainy, is it? If it's a really still night, it's really loud, and it's and surprisingly so. It can sound like it's in the road over. It sounds that close. The one that direction, even though it's about the same distance, obviously sound comes this way better than it comes that way, is all I can say, as a whole. But I have heard them. I have heard their stuff. They're a hotel. But they've got really big grounds because they have a golf course in it. So they have a really big display because they've got lots of land, and then around them is a big kind of woody area. So they've got a really big area that they can sit people, you know, get people standing in, because you've got the hotel grounds and a big bonfire there, and they can put up stalls around the edge. So they can have quite a big event. That way is a much bigger event. That's kind of like stadium sized event. And so again, they have really big, really rapid, really posh displays. Because obviously, when you have a small display, some poor dude runs along with kind of a lighter and sets lights things. These are the computerized, sends up more money in 1 second than you probably earn in a year kind of displays. Because of course they've got like 200,000 people watching it. So as a result, they send up a lot of money's worth of fireworks and a lot of bang and whee and bop. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's kind of pretty, but I have never enjoyed fireworks night because I've always feared for the animals. Because we had, when I was little, our dog was very scared of fireworks. I never had a firework, never. I never went to firework displays because I was too busy worrying about the dog. On my 18th birthday, when I was allowed to buy fireworks, I did purchase me one firework because I wanted to experience fireworks. So we waited till it was darkish, but not too dark. We found a very quiet area. We made sure there were no animals about because I bought one rocket. We put it on its stick, we tied it up, we set light to it. The stick kind of fell over, it went in a bush, and it didn't do anything. That was my £60 rocket. Didn't do anything. What the seriously? You know, and so that was it. The one chance to win me over, because it was supposed to go wee poof. It didn't. Yeah. And so it's like, and apparently that's not uncommon. And it's like I spent all my spare money because, you know, I was 18, I wasn't paid a lot. I spent all my spare money for the month on buying one rocket because it's all I could afford. I bought the best I could, and that was what I got. Fuck off. Not interested. So I'm not interested in fireworks. I mean, don't get me wrong. Being British, we are celebrating that someone failed to blow up the Houses of Parliament. Secretly, I don't think we fail. We're celebrating his failure. We're celebrating the concept of that was a really damn good idea. And I'm sure many countries would totally agree that there are times where, should someone have succeeded, the country would be intellectually better off. The IQ standard would have gone up. Yeah, I mean, I did go somewhere. I went to a balloon thing. Don't ask, it's in Bristol. It's a balloon thing. They do it every year. But I went one year to the balloon thing. And at the end of the balloon thing, yes, the drone shows are really pretty. But I went to the balloon thing where basically they send up a lot of hot air balloons in the dark kind of thing. And some of them during the day, and then as it gets dark, they send up ones in the dark, and that's quite pretty as well. And yes, and they can do like animations with it and all sorts. I love those. It's a bit like have you seen the one where they strapped lights to sheep and then herded sheeps and like played out an animation? That was quite cool. But I went to this balloon thing, and yeah, it was kind of, well, it wasn't fun. because you're just watching hot air balloons go up. But some of the hot air balloons are kind of interesting, don't get me wrong. It wasn't a horrible day, but I've done it once, I'd never need to go again kind of day, right? But right at the very end, as it had got proper dark, I didn't know, but there was going to be but there was this fireworks display. And like you say, they have so much money on it and so many fireworks that, frankly, it's brighter than the daytime with half the the poofs and the wee and the ha. But they are really pretty. But as you say, it's the noise, and if anyone, I mean, imagine if I'd had proper PTSD triggered by those kinds of noises. I'd gone to a hot air balloon show. Hot air balloon show does not say fireworks on it. So there I am watching, because the hot air balloons are actually quite noisy, but, they're quite pretty. And once they're up, they're quiet, obviously, but if they're floating along. But if they're going up, they make a lot of noise. And, you've watched all of that. There's always one. Yeah, there's always one. There is always someone who... Oh, it must be someone in the family's birthday because it's nothing else. So you get like 3 or 4 firework displays randomly throughout the year. And then you get New Year's, Easter, Christmas, Diwali, Halloween, fireworks night, Christmas Day, because the sun was out today. It feels like because it was a sunny day, or they got sun this morning, here's a firework display. And it just seems to be almost like any excuse, I know some football team wins a thing, there'll be fireworks. And you're just kind of like, oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, we do have problems in that, let's say, I know, Halloween, I don't know what day it is this year. Hang on, let me quickly look. So, Halloween this year. Open the thing. Oh, for God's sake, Windows, just show me a fucking calendar. Oh, it's not going to... Oh, hang on, there it is. I can find it there. Hang on. Yeah, so, Friday, 31st. So, Friday night is not a bad day to be... I mean, sorry, I know, actually, it's not fireworks. So, fireworks night is a Wednesday this year, okay? So, obviously, you expect some on Wednesday because it is actually fireworks day. You can also expect some the weekend before and the weekend after, because those who don't want to do it on a Wednesday night because it's the middle of the week will do it either the week before or the weekend after. And so, again, probably on the Saturday night, kind of get it. But there'll be someone, it'll be like the entire week before, the entire week after. And you're like, but it's a Tuesday. Or what makes Tuesday better? Obviously, maybe they're working Wednesday. I mean, who knows, right? But it means that if you've got an animal with problems with fireworks, or someone in the family, or who's got problems with fireworks, you have weeks of it. And because they'll do it for like Halloween, and then they'll do it for firework night, and then because it's Diwali or what, some other shit, and then because of some other shit and some other shit and some other shit. That's perfect. I mean, the problem is, of course, sadly, it is not illegal here to have private fireworks. It is illegal to set them off after 10 p.m. Oh yeah, please God, can it fuck down with like Armageddon level rain? I'm very up for that. I will totally vote and pray for rain. I'll go out naked and do a rain dance if it'll help, not that I know how, but I can have a damn good go trying if it will help. I don't hate fireworks. I do, which is why if everyone would just go to an organised one, so that there is one night where they go to the organised thing, they see a shit ton of fireworks, everyone spends their money on going to see it so they can, they can send up millions of pounds worth of fireworks. But basically, for an hour, there'll be some fireworks, then it's done. And then the hospitals won't be full of people who've managed to half burn off their hands or whatever, or faces or whatever they've done to themselves. I honestly believe you should not be able to buy. Yeah, I honestly believe that Joe Public should not be able to buy a single firework. It should be, I mean, blow up their cars, just don't blow up someone else's. It's a bit like if you want to blow yourself up, you do that, sunshine, but don't take anyone else with you, and don't interrupt anyone else with it either. It's a bit like, I don't mind if people smoke. Go and smoke in your house. You can smoke yourself to death if you like. That's your choice. You do that. You be you. But I don't want to share in it, And I honestly believe that we should not... it's a waste of money, because we've all agreed they're really stupidly expensive. And if you want to have anything more than, like, one Catherine wheel at the end of the garden, or a little sprinkler thing that you wave around for 3 minutes, you need to spend quite a lot of money. So don't. Go to an organised event, and for a very, for the price of a small pizza, go and watch millions of pounds go up. Because tons of people will go because they want to see a firework display. They will then have millions of pounds to spend on the fireworks and can do you a show worth watching. And you will be safe because they will all do it with computer-controlled doodads. You can watch the pretties and enjoy it. It will be one event, not a continuous noise fest for like 3 weeks. Everybody can be happier. And I just honestly believe that is so the answer to reducing the injuries. People who can't afford it don't have to feel compelled, because for the price of a pizza they can go and get, watch a really good, spectacular display, rather than almost like the My Child playing in the orchestra sounding more like wailing cats. It's the go and watch proper ones. Go and see an actual or proper orchestra, kind of deal. Go and watch a firework display that is phenomenal. And people can kind of stay away from the big areas that are going to do them. Holy moly! What a dickweed! But you see, that's the thing. Even in this country, once you're 18, you can just rock up and buy shit. You can be the most stupid, whacked out, drugged up, drunk moron in the history of the humanity on the day. But as long as when you turned up, you could kind of pay without kind of... they'll sell it to you because you're an adult. No, don't. Make them licensed, insured companies only. Ta-da! Now, obviously, there'll always be a black market, but if you do that, then it is illegal. They can be arrested for it. And, I mean, your dude. I mean, seriously, dude. But the problem is he won't be the first, he won't be the last. There is one of him every year. Or every time you hear fireworks, there is going to be a dude who set light to his house, killed his pet, broke the neighbour's house, set fire to it, lost a limb, is blind now. They're all out there. All of them. And it didn't have to be that way. It really didn't. The only time I went knowingly to a firework display, well, kind of didn't, but did. There was a place near where my dad lived called Old Reading. And Old Reading is basically a hill. Yeah. But you go up this hill and you can see basically the entirety of London. So North London's that way, South London's that way. You can see from North London to Heathrow. Yeah, I've heard about that. And the last thing they bloody need are fireworks. But you can go up there and on firework night, you go and watch all the bigger firework displays for free. I'm going to snooze that, eh? Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to try and snooze my ad. But I'm trying to find the wretched things. I can't find my... There's my ads. Snooze ads. There you go. I want to snooze ads, so why didn't I see it? There it is. Right. But it is... But when you went up to Old Reading, you could literally see all of them. So all of the schools, all of the football stadiums or football groups or whatever, who were doing, you know, slightly organised things, but nothing really big, but at least an organised one. You could sit on this hill and watch all of the stuff that came, all the rockets that went on there, lighting up London. It was great. And me and boyfriend at the moment were sitting in the car watching it. People in the other cars tended to be dogging, but we all ignore that section. We were watching the fireworks because it's a great idea. And because our car wasn't all misted up and rocking, fuck, made us all jump because of course we were busy watching the fireworks. Do you want to come and watch a firework display? We haven't got any money on us. Oh no, it's free. They gave us a free drink from the pub. It was in a pub car park up Old Reading, right next to the car park. And you went through kind of a bush and you were in the pub car park. And basically not enough people had turned up. So to make it a bit more interesting, they were inviting basically anyone hanging around. And it's one of those areas where you either go to the pub or you get, which is what the car park's for, by the way. But you go to the car park anyway. And so they invited us in and we got a free drink and a firework and a local firework display. So you got to see more of the ground-based stuff. So the Catherine wheels and all the rest of it. And we got it for free. So that's the only time I've knowingly gone to a firework display. But even then, I went to a firework display by watching everyone else's from long distance. And knock, knock, knock. Hey, there's one free here. Do you want to come? Yeah, okay. But that was the only time I actively went to a firework display. I don't do fireworks because I always worry for the animals. And so, yeah, I will not be partaking in the blowing up part of my country. I do respect that people have the right to, but I really would rather they would go to a big one. And so they don't do things like blow up their cars and try and kill their neighbours. Because, well, it's kind of rude to launch your car into their house and set it on fire. To the point, in my old house, we had, like, the grass clipping pile. And kid from the house across the road had obviously been walking around. He'd flicked his fag butt over our fence. It had landed on the grass cuttings that were dry, set light to it. We didn't know. And so there we were in our house, minding our own business. A bit like the towering inferno that I talked about earlier. We're minding our own. Anyway, knock, knock, knock on the door. What the fuck? Went downstairs because I was upstairs, as was hubby at the time. Your house is on fire. No, it's not. Yes, it is. And my neighbour kind of pulled me out the front door. She made me look round the garage. And there, kind of much like the other one, was flames leaping as high as my roof. Fuck, said me. Thank you. They said, we've called the fire brigade. Oh, thank you very much. And I went back indoors. Because obviously the dogs, you know. And so I yelled upstairs, because Trev was upstairs too. Fire! And he went, what? And I went, fucking fire! What part of fire is not clear? But obviously, much like me, it's like, what do you mean there's a fire? Anyway, I go out the back, get my hose pipe to try and stop it spreading. Because it's against the fence that goes between me and a neighbour. And that fence runs the length of the garden and then would join the fence at the bottom of the garden where all the trees are. Don't really want them going up. but also there's sheds right the other side of this particular bit of fence. And their porch is a handful of inches the other side. So T-bone's like this. This corner has gone up. So this bit's on fire, this bit's on fire. Their shed is here, their porch is literally here. So I'm spraying with water just to try and only expecting to stop it spreading, right? And by the time the fire brigade got there, even though all I was trying to do, because all I've got is a flimsy hose pipe, and we don't have that great a water pressure in the UK, was just to try and keep it damp to stop their shed catching light and the fence from their front fence from getting to the porch, because they were on honeymoon at the time. Can you just imagine coming back from honeymoon to discover well, you see, but that's the thing. So I was keeping the fence because obviously, can you imagine coming back from your honeymoon to discover your entire house and all your things have been burnt to a crisp? So and the fire brigade, when they got there, actually everything had been put out, because it didn't take them that long. But obviously, you know, I spread it well. I used logic and I put out the fire. They then went around to check that everything was okay, that there were no burning embers somewhere and it was going to start up again, and you know, they made sure that everything was good. And they then came and had a go at me. And I'm like, but I put out the fire. I was keeping it under control. I was stopping it from spreading. Yeah, but in that shed had been propane gas canisters. If they had gone up, I would have been dead. I mean, I think lots of places do that. They kind of leave it to be natural in the grounds of, well, that way we don't have to spend any money on it. But it's not always good for it. So yeah, we've had problems here. We don't have fires like you guys do, but we do have problems because stuff goes up and people have not given sufficient thought. There's no access to enough water to put the fire out, or like the Glenfeld tower block. It was almost lined with fire starters, you know, and so of course killed people, and everyone lost their homes and they were really pissed, and then they were trying to go, oh, it's not our fault for building it out of cheap shit that's flammable. It is, but it is horrific, and so much of it is avoidable. Now, obviously, some fires do start in nature because they just do. But not that many. And I do feel for California because they do seem to be constantly on fire somewhere. And it is horrific because it can spread really, really fast. Depending on how dry and what's around. And because obviously if you have a wet mud strip that's kind of half a mile wide, no fires crossing that. But if you have dead bush, you know, if you've chopped loads of plants and they're now all dead and dry, the roots can catch fire and so spread the fire underground, which a lot of people forget. And so even if you put out the top bit, underground is still on fire and it will just pop up somewhere else. It is horrendous. And so I don't feel so much for the celebrities when their stuff burns because they've got the money to fix it, but I feel for the animals. Again, it's the animals, it's the people who have no choice, that was all they had. It's the animals, it's just but no one likes people who tell the truth. It's the same in any company. If you say that's not going to work, they don't want to hear from you because you're a naysayer. You're just being grumpy. We need positives. We need solutions. Yeah, but that's not going to work. What you're planning and what no one likes listening to the man who's going to tell you. Actually, that's wrong. That's not right. That's a hazard. And I see it all the time. I see it at work. does. But at the same time, if a fire starts, you've still got to be prepared to do the damage limitations. Sometimes you have to kill off and destroy perfectly good shit. So yeah, ad break coming in a couple of minutes. But it is that kind of thing, is that you can't... We will probably end the stream in time, actually, because it is nearly... Well, it's 3:15 now, so... But it is really sad that... Yeah, it is. You need to make the fire line. And yes, maybe you need to destroy something that you didn't want to. Maybe it is some prize rare bush. Maybe it is a school. Maybe it is... You know, but if the fire is spreading, if you've got a terraced bunch of houses, the easiest way to stop it is to destroy a house before the fire gets there, so it cannot spread any further. I feel sorry for whoever's house that is, do not get me wrong, but it saves everybody else's. It is almost the, would you kill one man to save a million? The answer should be, sadly, yes. I mean, not if you don't have to, but if that is the choice, yes, because you have saved a million other people. And it doesn't make the one right, but it's better than a million. Yeah, I mean, there is, you know, and they, you know, almost like Armageddon, anyone who's got a plane will try and help, you know, and people who try and help, I absolute respect for those people, because it's not a funny job. You know, it truly does kill even the trained professionals. But it can do, especially if it's funneled, because it's chewing the air as it goes. It is a whooshing, rushing noise. And it's weird to think that fire makes noise in that sense, but it does. Anyway, ads start in a minute. So I'm going to say how much I've enjoyed talking to you all today. As I say, we've had great conversation, and I love a good conversation. It doesn't have to be about bobbing lace, after all. But we've had great fun. I'm glad to hear that we all hate fireworks and stupidity. So, thanks. I'm going to quickly see if there's anyone I know streaming. Yes, I'm going to see if there's someone worth raiding. Yeah, I'm going to see if there's someone I know worth raiding, because, you know, it's a bit late. But I think most people are playing games that I follow. Yeah, everyone's playing games. So I will leave you to your own devices. But I would have passed you on, but unless you all want to go and see EP playing games, I'm going to leave you to find your own entertainment, because, well, I'm sure you won't all agree on some. But have a good evening, or whatever it is where you are. And I hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.